All right, Shabbat Shalom. It's our 34th fellowship. Praise Yahuah. So yeah, pretty exciting stuff. Lots of stuff we discovered this week, and yeah, really amazing. So I wanted to start with a prayer, and then we can get right into everything. Father Abba Yahuah, we come to you in prayer to ask for your continued guidance and your blessings as we read and we study through your word. We thank you for this fellowship and this gathering and your Sabbath day. We thank you for all of the guidance and just allowing us to be able to come together. And it's been such an amazing fellowship. We thank you so much, Father. And I wanted to pray for all of those who are sick or struggling through trials or tribulations, whatever it may be. We all need your help and your strength to endure to the end. And I pray to you in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. Let it be so. All right. Shabbat Shalom, Faith. Glad you could be here.
Hi, Shabbat Shalom.
I pray everybody's doing well. So yeah, does anybody have any questions about anything before we jump into it, or was there
Or prayer
anything?
reports or prayer requests, anything
Yeah,
like that? Anyone want to talk about the week? Anything like that?
yeah, feel free. But if not, we will jump right in.
So I have one. Give some time, man. I
No,
had to mute. Give us some time. To get back on the thing. So I am very, very thankful for what Marissa found yesterday. All of those proofs about the divider day. I am ecstatic. Did you mention that? Sorry, I was getting Claudia from her dad.
Yeah, I mentioned that. I was gonna bring them up today a little bit as well.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really excited to hear this. This is wonderful.
Yeah. And I'm so very thankful for this week and having the opportunity to talk to so many brothers and sisters about the calendar and kind of going through the visual with them one-on-one. I definitely see such a move of the Ruach of people that just really want to test all things, and that has definitely been just a prayer, is that we just have to hold everything to what is written in the scrolls and the text, and just an ongoing prayer for those people who really want to strive to seek Yahuah's truth. So, yeah, it's just exciting. It was a very, very, very good week.
Yeah, absolutely. And Shabbat Shalom to all our new people joining as well.
Sally, hi, Shabbat Shalom. How are you? Am I pronouncing that right? Is it Sally?
And we have Mackenzie here as well. Shalom
Oh,
and
cool.
welcome.
Shalom. Mackenzie, how did you guys hear about us and all that? Where are you guys at in the calendar study? If you could just click the mic button to be turned on.
Yeah, and shalom and welcome, Joshua. Shabbat shalom, Rachel. Who else will we have coming in? That's all for now, but glad to have you all here. Praise you.
Exciting.
Yeah, no worries, Sally. Glad you can be here. And feel free to type in the chat as well if you don't want to speak on the mic. So yeah, so everybody just joining. So our sister Marissa made some fascinating discoveries, solidifying discoveries about the Divider Day. We're gonna go over some of that. We're gonna go over the Mishmarot, or the pre-sequences that are in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and we're gonna see how it's not determined by moon phases, which is the big thing going around. Is, you know, they want to use the moon as a determining factor, and we're going to see all throughout scriptures it's the sun and the stars that are the determining factors, and the moon is just a witness. Oh, you were checking that video out, Lisa, about the festivals?
No, I was just came across this channel this morning and he was playing, I think it was yesterday's or the day before his recording. I was watching it and he was sharing a video of some woman. Um, and I just got like to the first, whatever, 5, 10 minutes of it when she was saying this. And I was like, oh, let me ask the group, but I didn't get a chance to go back and watch the rest because we started. So, I'm trying to find out who she was. Something, yeah, farming or something like that was her name. I'll look and I'll send it to you. I don't know. So I was like, wait.
Yeah, no worries. What was the question? Did
Oh,
did
my
you have
question, eh, you mean in the group?
or no,
Sorry.
sorry, I probably misunderstood. What?
Oh, okay. No question here. Sorry.
Okay,
All
no
right,
worries.
sorry. Bye.
Sorry.
That's okay.
And Dwayne, Shabbat Shalom, welcome. Glad to have everybody. And yeah, I thought you were talking about that the festivals, how we are still to observe them video. Because there is that movement going around talking about, oh, you know, we're not supposed to do the festivals, things like that. That's straight from the enemy. Because, you know, in the book of Acts, chapter 20, we see Paul observing the festivals in Greece and all outside the land. So that alone proves their theology is incorrect. But yeah, that's what I thought you were bringing up there. Sorry, sister.
No worries. No worries.
But yeah, we were gonna go over some of the things that Sister Marissa found about the Divider Day, and go over the pre-seed courses, and show how it's about the stars and not the moon, and how the popular moon phase pre-seed course that Gina Sparks pushes and Robert Villa, we've been proving it incorrect for over 6 months now, that it does not work, and they refuse to address it. And we've gone back and forth in their own comments. And, you know, they cannot answer our questions, such as, you know, where in the pre-seed courses is the word Yirach found? And where, anywhere, does it say the moon is a determining factor for bringing in a year? They refuse to answer that. They also refuse to address Sister Marissa's proof and evidence that their moon phases don't line up like they do. And they don't line up every 294 years either. So I thought we were just going to go over that a little bit. And give me just a moment and I'll get it up here.
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Give me just one moment here. All right, let me just get the screen share up. All right. So this is going to be my write-up that I have. And actually, let me get you guys the link here. And I'll put it in the chat. And if you don't know, this is going to be my article or my write-up that I did about the history and the calendar of the Dead Sea Scrolls. And there's a lot of important information in here. It's a very long read, but it's necessary because it goes through a lot of facts and scriptures and historical evidence proving out the sons of Zadok, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and the calendar as well. So really quickly, we're going to go over, so this is scroll 4Q324D and 4Q394 as well. We're going to go over. This is going to be about the yearly divider day and the evidence for it and where it's at. And this can be found chapter 11 on the link. And if you're watching from YouTube, it'll be in the description as well. So the calendar constituted a central part of the Qumran identity. Members of the Yahuah adhered to a year of 364 days, which was different from the lunisolar year of the usurped Jerusalem temple and the Hasmonean state. The Qumran calendrical tradition is well represented in a variety of documents from Qumran and outside it, and especially in scroll 4Q324D. And we do have a PDF for this scroll in our library group. I'll send a link here real quick to it. 1 second. Oops, let me get to it. Why is it not giving me the link? Oh, here it is. Hold on. All right, so there's our link. It's our library group, and we have all the PDFs and links and our fellowship videos, all of these things. And it's organized into different tabs or sections, so it makes it a bit easier to find things. But continuing on here, It is a highly schematic year with ideal relations between its numerical constituents, and the number of 364 days is neatly divided by 7, a typological number with significant biblical connection. Each 364-day year contains exactly 52 weeks, a fact that allows anchoring the festivals to fixed weekdays, thus avoiding their coincidence with the weekly Sabbath, and keeping them set apart as they should be. And in addition, the number 364 divides neatly by 4 as well. And as we'll see, 4 is a very important number, yielding a good symmetry of the 4 seasons, each season containing exactly 91 days. So scroll 4Q324D lays out the days, months, and festivals exactly the day they should fall on the calendar. So using the fragments found, we can reconstruct precisely as the sons of Zadok did the true calendar. So here's an example or a quote from 4Q324D column 1, and the beginning of the first month on day 4 to Kufa, and on the 4th in it the Sabbath, on the 11th in it the Sabbath, on the 14th in it Pesach, weekday 3, on the 15th in it the Feast of Matzot, weekday 4, on the 18th in it a Sabbath, on the 25th in it the Sabbath. The waving on the sheaf is on the 26th, after the Sabbath. Weekday 5, and it falls the 13th day of the month. The beginning of the second month is on weekday 6. So this scroll shows the exact days every month special days fell on, every 1st and 30th day of the months, every Sabbath day, and every festival, and the 4 seasonal days, or the Noah days. And it shows the 31st day every 3rd month that divide the 4 seasons, all kept and recorded by the sons of Zadok in the Qumran community. A very interesting find that has been discovered in 4Q324D is the location of the text of the word vacate in column 5. This word sometimes applies to a large amount of missing text from the scroll. And here we have 4Q324D, column 5, verses 9 and 10. And we also have column 6, verse 1 in here as well. So we have on the 28th in it, a Sabbath. And then we have vacate, showing the missing text. And then after the missing text, it continues on. Weekday 2 in it falls the 30th day of the month. And weekday 3 is additional. So this is about that 31st day of the 12th month right here. And this is important to notice because, as mentioned previously, only important and special days are recorded in this scroll. First fruits of new wine is tomorrow, brother. And Shabbat Shalom. So normally there would be no text that would exist in this location unless it's an important date, and it is. So speaking about vacate right here. And this is the exact location the yearly divider day falls on, after the last Sabbath of the year, which is the 28th day of the 12th month. What other large amount of missing text would be missing if it was just a normal day? Another interesting find is in 4Q394, also known as 4QMMT. We find this. So 4Q394, specifically, we're going to see a Sabbath in it, and after the Sabbath is added, and the year is complete in 364 days, and then the remainder is blank. This fragment shows some of what is missing in 4Q324D, where vacate is located in column 5, verses 9 and 10. So in Giza Vermes' translation, you will find much is added in this fragment that doesn't exist in the original text. And I wanted to add, he also does not insert the brackets to show it was added by the author. The only version you'll find that actually has the brackets to show its insertions is Florentino Garcia Martinez. And I do have that link. It's the link we do our readings from as well. And really quickly, let me just grab it for you. And I'll put it in the chat here. And then on YouTube, it's going to be in the description. All right, so where was I? You'll find much is added in this fragment that doesn't exist in the original text. And you will see why he made many additions under the next subheading. Garcia Martinez version shows what is on the original fragments. When we put the two fragments together, 4Q324D and 4Q394, this is our interpretation of what we will get. So on the 28th in it, speaking of the 12th month, a Sabbath. And after the Sabbath, a day is added, and the year is complete in 364 days. Weekday 2 in it falls the 30th day of the month. Weekday 3 is additional. So really quick, I wanted to show you the 12th month and what we were speaking of right here. So let me share my screen so you guys can see it. Okay, so we're going to see month 12 on the Zadok calendar, and we see the 28th of the 12th month is the last Sabbath of the year, and it falls on March 15th. And then we see after that last Sabbath is days added, and the year is complete in the 364 days. And that's going to be what the book of Jubilees is describing. Jubilees is describing the yearly, weekly count, the 52 weeks of 7 days. Enoch is going to be describing the solar count, or the monthly count. That's also 364 days, but that starts on day 4 of the week. But we'll get into more of that later. I just kind of wanted to show you how this is lining up visually. So the 28th of the 12th month, last Sabbath, after it's added, and then the 30th, day 2 of the week, and then that seasonal intercalary day on day 3, then we get day 4, beginning of the new year. So,
Excuse me, Jeremy. Can I ask you a question?
go ahead.
Yeah. Now I understand where that one day is taken care of on March 16th. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now there's still a quarter of a day that we have to make up for. Can you explain that, or do you explain this and that in this presentation?
I don't have it in this presentation, but we can kind of go over it if you like. That's also what our sister Marissa was looking over as well. So what we're going to see is the equinox is actually 1.24 days long. It's a 1.24 day long event. And so
okay.
it's going to, yeah. So it
I just
occurs
wanted.
when the... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I just wanted to say I don't know whether you remember me on that thing with Joy Thompson the other night or last week, but I'm
Yeah.
on the same calendar that you folks are on. But
Yeah.
I got
Awesome.
my information. A lot of my information came from Rob Moore and Boaz in New Zealand. Do you know of those folks?
No, I haven't heard of them.
Oh, okay. Well, I started with watching their presentations back in, I think, 2011. So they've been on this calendar all that time.
Wow. Awesome.
Excuse me. Anyway, I
Yeah.
just wanted to throw that in. Don't let me interrupt the rest of your presentation here.
Yeah.
But
No. No worries.
that 1.25 days on the equinox, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't
Our
have that information or the March 16th non-day. I'll put it that was 0 day.
yeah.
I never used that, but we always came up with the same thing that what you folks have here.
Would you
Wow.
mind getting their contact information for us? Whoever that you're
Oh, my email. Is that what you
the
want?
ones that you've studied with?
Oh, okay. Their website is down. It's been down for about 2 years, and I just recently was able to get in contact with Boaz, and he has been sending me some information, but it wasn't concerning the calendar, so I don't believe. Now I can send. Uh, let me see. I might be able to find some information from their previous website. You can get a little bit on the Wayback Machine.
Yeah.
If you'd
Yeah.
like to try that, I can give you the website, and you can find it on the Wayback Machine. And that website is inthatday.net.
Inthatday.net.
Yes, uh-huh.
Awesome. Thank you.
And I'm
You
sorry,
bet.
one more time. What was their names?
Rob Moore and Boaz Newhoff. I'm not exactly sure how to spell that. I believe it's N-I-N-U-I or N-I-U or N-I-E Hoff, H-O-F-F, something like that. But Rob
Boaz.
Moore is M-O-O-R-E.
Excellent. Yeah, I will find them. Yeah, if you could give me their email or whatever, I would love to reach out.
Mine?
Theirs.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
Their
who?
emails, if you could.
Oh,
If you have them. Or like
I
their
don't have.
Facebook.
Let me check. I can. If you'll hold on a minute, I can find it. They're not on Facebook
Yeah. No worries. Yeah.
that
No,
I
that'd
know
be
of.
great. Yeah. No, it'd be great to reach out to them. We actually have our sister Libby here. She's not here at the moment, but she's 78, and she's been following this exact calendar since she was in her 20s.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's
So
50 years.
yeah, 50 years of following this
Wow.
calendar.
Wow. I'd really like to talk to her.
Oh,
Here,
she's
let me
really
call her.
amazing.
I'll
Yeah.
call
Yeah.
her. I'm going to get off and I'm going to try to call her. I'll be right
Yeah.
back.
Try and get her on here.
Okay.
Okay.
Because yeah, she's a really amazing sister, and she has a lot to talk about. So
I'll bet.
we have a couple of videos of her testimony on my YouTube channel as well.
Oh, you are on YouTube as well, huh?
Yeah. Here
Oh, okay.
I can actually get you. Here, I'll get the link to my channel. Where is it? How do I share from here? Oh, wait. Right here. Sometimes I'm used to doing it on the cell phone and not my computer. So but yeah, there's my channel there in the group chat.
Okay, it's
Cover to Cover with Jeremy Pyers, and
okay. Cover to
and we
cover.
do have a video in here of Sister Libby. Here, let me find it really fast and I can share it. Here it is right here. And we have a few more actually, where she continues her testimony, and she's really an amazing sister, and she's the longest person we know of that's been observing this exact calendar. And you know,
Does she tell you where she got her information originally?
She said it was some brother when she was in her 20s, and she kept blowing him off at first because he kept talking about this, and then finally it clicked with her. So there's somebody who is following this calendar even longer.
Even longer, yeah.
Yeah,
that's amazing. That is,
it really is
amazing.
So that's testimony in itself, honestly. So
yes, it is.
and it just goes to show, you know, we are on that right track, and just all the confirmations we've had, and just confirming all of this in the last, 6, 7, 8 months. We've been almost a year now. We've been fellowshipping together.
Okay, she's coming.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we've just like what I'm about to read right now. This is actually the information Sister Marissa had found. And I've added it to my write-up here. But as you can see, it's going to be here in chapter 11 of my article. But this is exactly what Sister Marissa had found last night. And it's really amazing. So the specific phrase "after the Sabbath, a day is added," and the understanding of this calendar adjustment in the Dead Sea Scrolls have been studied and discussed by several key scholars specializing in the Qumran Texts and ancient calendars. Here are the main figures and their contributions regarding this text and its interpretation. And below are the key scholars who discovered and analyzed this text. So we have Yosef T. Milik. He was one of the original editors of Discoveries in the Judean Desert, Volume 4, which I would highly recommend this book, Discoveries in the Judean Desert. And this is where a lot of this information was found, and fascinating stuff. But continuing, where this calendrical fragment 4Q394 was first published, and Milik's work laid the foundation for understanding the Qumran calendrical text. Emmanuel Tov, a leading Dead Sea Scrolls scholar, Tov has done extensive work editing, translating, and interpreting the Qumran text, including the calendrical fragments. He has contributed to clarifying how the solar calendar and its intercalations functioned. And Florentino Garcia Martinez, by the way, I highly recommend his translation, which I just shared above there in chat. It's one of the best translations I've found so far because it's very clear where the author's insertions are made. Whereas Michael Wise and Giza Vermes versions, they have a lot of author's insertions, and a lot of the times they don't make it very clear where insertions have been made. I would recommend getting all three versions because Florentino Garcia Martinez version doesn't have all the scrolls. Michael Wise's doesn't have all the scrolls. I mean, even Giza Vermes doesn't have all the scrolls because he doesn't include the findings of Cave 7, which is the Septuagint and New Testament fragments. They were found in Cave 7. And all three of these versions, they do not contain 4Q324D because that was a later find after these were published. But let me continue on. So Florentino Garcia Martinez, he co-edited a critical edition of the Dead Sea Scrolls and has written extensively on the Qumran community's calendar, discussing the insertion of extra days and their significance. James Vanderkam, his scholarship on the Qumran calendars explores the practical and theological reasons behind their solar calendar system and the extra day insertion. Lawrence H. Schiffman has written about the diversity of calendars in the Second Temple Judaism and has analyzed the Qumran calendar in relation to other Jewish calendars, emphasizing their significance of these extra days. The original discovery and publication of the fragment came from Yosef Milik and the DJD project. Later, scholars like Tove, Garcia Martinez, Vanderkam, and Schiffman expanded on the interpretation and significance of the phrase and the calendar system. These experts collectively shaped our understanding that the Qumran sect inserted an intercalary day after the last Sabbath, to maintain the weekly cycle and align the calendar with the solar year. So a quote from Dead Sea Scrolls Translated, page 142, and we're actually going to get into reading all this in our Dead Sea Scrolls reading, but we haven't made it this far yet. So in his translations and commentary, Garcia Martinez notes, the calendrical texts make clear that the Qumran community added an intercalary day after the last Sabbath to preserve the weekly pattern and synchronize the year with the solar cycle. Again, Dead Sea Scrolls Translated, page 142. And James Vanderkam, Calendars in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Vanderkam discusses the practical implications. By placing the added day immediately following the Sabbath, the Qumran calendar ensures that the weekly Sabbath remains fixed, therefore upholding the sect's emphasis on ritual precision. And Calendars in the Dead Sea Scrolls, page 88. Lawrence H. Schiffman, From Text to Tradition. Schiffman analyzes how the calendar fits in the broader context. The phrase "after the Sabbath a day is added" indicates a deliberate calendrical innovation that underscores the sect's rejection of the lunar calendar and commitment to a solar reckoning with a fixed weekly cycle. From Text to Tradition, page 210. Emmanuel Tove, Textual Criticism of the Hebrew Bible and Qumran Calendar Studies. Tove explains the rationale behind the extra day insertion. The insertion of a day after the Sabbath is a unique method by which the Qumran sect maintained a perfect weekly cycle while adjusting for the discrepancy between the solar year and the 364-day calendar. Emmanuel Tove, Textual Criticism of the Hebrew Bible, page 275. And we have Yosef Milik, Discoveries in the Judean Desert, Volume 4. Millick's original publication includes a text of the fragment 4Q320 where the phrase, "after the Sabbath, a day is added," appears. And that's really fascinating because we see it in 320 as well. He discusses how the Qumran calendar's 364 days are structured around 52 weeks, and how this extra day is an intercalation to reconcile with the solar year. And quote, "The calendar is carefully constructed so that the weekly cycle is never broken, and when necessary, an additional day is added after the Sabbath, which itself is not counted among the days of the week." Introduction and commentary. Right there in Discoveries in the Judean Desert. Really fascinating. We have all these scholarly witnesses to, after the last Sabbath of the year, this day is added. You know, we catch so much grief, and people like to say, "Oh, you guys inserted this, you guys did this, you guys did that." Well, we did nothing. We only found what was there the whole time. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 scholarly witnesses of this day after the Sabbath is after the Sabbath, the day is added. That's quite a amount of evidence that supports this exact method that we found before making all these discoveries. That's just 100% proof of the Ruach of Yahuah right there. You know, if you truly
Absolutely.
seek, praise Yahuah. And you know, you truly seek, and He's going to answer and show you. And it's so beautiful and amazing, honestly. It really is. And so next we're going to get into a little bit about the priestly cycles. And Shabbat Shalom, Libby. I'm glad you can make it here. I pray you are doing well. We were just mentioning you. And so this next section is going to be about the Mishmarot, or the priestly cycles. And I wanted to go over this because there are a lot of people who are saying this is all about moon and the moon phases. Unfortunately, we're going to see that those moon phases are author's insertions. And it's not about the moon, it's actually about the stars. So according to 1 Chronicles 24 through 26, the priests and the Levites were organized into courses or divisions. And these divisions used to serve in rotation. The term which is rendered as course, or mishmarot, is the one used in the DSS sources, the scroll of the War of the Sons of Light against the Sons of Darkness, page 2, and 4Q321 and 4Q320. According to 1 Chronicles 23:1, it was King David who divided all the priests and the Levites according to their families and clans, and assigned them to their tasks in the temple. And we know the reason for this is because the priests, they didn't have a rest. So on the weekly Sabbath, they still had to perform all the priestly duties and the offerings and sacrifices, the slaughterings, the festival days, you name it. They really didn't have a day of rest. So we see King David making these priestly courses to basically give the priests a time of rest, to take a break, you know. So this arrangement is attributed to David, also in the description of the dedication of the temple by Solomon in 2 Chronicles 8:14. The text of Nehemiah 12:45 through 46 ascribes the assignment of the task to the Levites and priests to both David and Solomon. There is no information about the working arrangements in the temple anywhere else in the Bible. Neither is there any allusion to courses among the detailed instructions for the priests and Levites in the Bible. It would appear that even the listing of the divisions of priests and singers and porters, as given in 1 Chronicles 24 through 26, dates from the Second Temple era, and that they reflect a Second Temple reality. A conclusion based on the comparison of the lists in 1 Chronicles 24 with the list of the priestly families in the book of Ezra and Nehemiah and Dead Sea Scroll sources. It's rabbinical writings that pair up moon cycles to their priestly cycles, and many attempt to apply this same method to the priestly cycles found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And this will not work. As quoted from the rabbinic writings, the Mishnah chapter 4, paralleled by the Tosefta, containing here Bariatot, in connection with the connotation of the Mishmarot and the Mamadot, would text better than that of the Mishnah. The establishment of 24 priestly courses and the order of their service, as described in 1 Chronicles 24, was meant to be a permanent arrangement. When this order was established and at what time the list was made is not known. In any event, it was a late development, and at least 1 or 2 generations after the time of High Priest Joachim, to which the list of priestly clans in Nehemiah 12 is attributed. Various scholars date this list at the beginning of the Hasmonean usurpers era, since Jehoram, the representative of the Hasmonean clan, heads the list at 1 Chronicles 24, whereas in Nehemiah his name is 16th on the list. So we already see the Hasmonean usurper influence going on here. And when we look at the comparison of the complete Dead Sea Scrolls and other translations, we will see many of the moon phases found in the complete Dead Sea Scrolls are author's insertions and do not exist in the original text. From Giza Vermes, the complete Dead Sea Scrolls, Mishmarot A, or 4Q320, Fragment 1. So, blank to show it from the east, and to cause it to shine in the middle of heaven, in the foundation of the creation, from evening until morning, and then we see he inserts, there is a full moon, on the 4th day in the week of the sons of Gamul, in the 1st month of the 1st year. Excuse me. So, as you can see, the parentheses are author's insertions by Giza Vermes, just as we also see in many Bible translations, meaning they are author's insertions from the author's interpretation of what a particular verse can mean. If we use Florentino Garcia Martinez, the Dead Sea Scrolls translated, we will see, to display itself from the east and shine in the center of the sky, at the base of the vault, from evening to morning, on the 4th day of the week, sons of Gamul, in the 1st month of the 1st year. So we can see, Florentino Garcia Martinez not only translated it more correctly, but he doesn't have the parentheses with there is a full moon in there. But what rises in the east and shines in the center of the sky in the spring? Jubilees is going to tell us it's the stars. So this is Jubilees chapter 12, verses 16 through 18. And in the 6th week, in the 5th year, Abraham sat out through the night on the head of the 7th month to observe the stars from evening to the morning. And that's the same exact phrase we see right here, from evening to morning. So to observe the stars from evening to morning, in order to see what the character of the year with regard to the rains. And he was alone as he sat and observed, and a word came into his heart and said, All the signs of the stars and the signs of the moon and of the sun are all in the hand of Yahuah. So why do I search them out? If he desires, he causes it to rain morning and evening. And if he desires, he withholds it, and all matters are in his hand. And this method is also verified in the Dead Sea Scrolls Astrological Physiognomies, or 4Q186. They call it the Zodiac Scroll to deter people from looking into it. But we see, the stars are going to determine, if the next season ahead is going to be, wet, dry, rainy, stormy, things like that. But we see Abraham doing that method, and it was the stars he was observing. And another reason why it can't be the moon is the moon is out during the daytime 10 days each month. So it's not always going to be out from the evening to the morning. So it would be impossible for it to be the moon every single year, or even lining up to the first year of the Jubilee year. But other references in the scrolls make it clear that day 4 was also the first day of the first month in the year, such as 4Q324D and 4QMMT. The celestial equator is the great circle in the sky used by astronomers from ancient times to divide the northern half of the sky from the southern half. To an astronomer, that is an obvious meaning for the phrase center of the sky. In the above quotation, every year on March 20th on our Gregorian calendar, we have the first day of spring, the vernal equinox, or Tekufa. When the sun is in its annual trek, it crosses the celestial equator from the southern half to the northern. On that morning, it rises most nearly due east. One crucial piece of data to understand the importance of this event for those at Qumran is the Book of Enoch also explicitly states when the years to begin. If our understanding of how the calendar is intercalated is correct, a divider day each year, then those at Qumran would need a way to determine the day of when the sun rose due east. Many ancient cultures did that by erecting a pillar or marker to align with a mountain peak or other horizon feature. Stonehenge in England is a classic example, but it aligned with the summer solstice rather than the spring equinox. And so that's what we see a lot. So in these ancient pagan cultures, they're not lining up with the equinoxes, but they rather line up with the solstices. And it's also how we can track the spring Tekufa as well. So all you need is a stick and some rocks. And if you put a rock at the end of the stick, so the stick's going to make a shadow, you put a rock at the end of that shadow, like every 30 minutes from sunrise to sunset. And those rocks, if it's going to be the spring equinox, it's going to be a straight line all day. The days before and after are actually going to have a curve one way or the other, depending on if you're before or after. So Yahuah literally put this marker from the heavens here on earth so we can all, track exactly when the head of the year is going to be. And so a limestone sundial has been discovered at Qumran, and it was designed to measure the sun during the year rather than during the day. And after studying it, 2 researchers concluded it could have been used to handle the discrepancy between 365.25 days and a calendar year of 364. It allows the determination of cardinal points and fixing a calendar whose seasons are as near as possible to the signs of the sun, moon, and stars. And here's a picture of that sundial found in Qumran. Here's the actual one. And as you can see, it was pretty large. this gnomon clearly is much too large for the sundial, but they claim they don't have any idea how big it was. But what I believe is they had this sitting in the center of this, and it would align to the cardinal directions and tell the time of day on this big one, and then the center one was for the seasons and so forth. But it, again, since there is no explanation in the Dead Sea Scrolls, really it's all speculation about the sundial. So here we're going to get into. Did somebody have a question?
Oops, sorry
Yeah, the
about
way
that.
two of
Nope.
us.
Yeah.
Okay, what I was going to say was my understanding of that sundial is that it has to be actually a point on that sundial has to be pointed towards the North Star to get an accurate reading. But then I know someone in Colorado. Of course, I haven't talked to them several years, but they made a really elaborate sundial setup on their deck, and they always seem to be a day off the timing in Jerusalem. So I never did go with that. I haven't really built a sundial that I could rely on yet.
Yeah. No, I've heard of a lot of people, creating their own sundials, and they are slightly off as well. There was somebody else that was doing that more recently that I heard about. But and that's really the problem is, so we know they had a sundial in Qumran. They just didn't have instructions on exactly. Well, I'm sure they did. There was instructions, but they're not going to release them. But we cannot find instructions on exactly how to use it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, that's
But
been
we
my
do.
problem too. So.
Yeah. So really all we can do is speculate, but there are a few of us here in the group who have one of these, and we do try to align it with I've heard, some align it with the North Star, some align it with the East rising sun. There's several different methods I've heard of, but one thing is for sure, it does prove they were tracking when the Takufa was.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that was all I had to
Awesome.
say.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, exactly. And so Mishmaro B, or 4Q321, we're going to go over here a little bit. And I don't want to read all of this, but what we're going to see is there's no moon phases in here, but what we are going to find is this word dukkha, or duke, some pronounce it as well. And the authors like to make claims that, dukkha is speaking about a certain moon phase, things like that. And we're actually going to get into why that is not so. We're still determining exactly what it means, but we know it's nothing to do with moon phases, but rather it could be something to do with some kind of offering or something they were doing, perhaps. We're not sure, or even the signs in the stars as well. But let me continue here. So when we read through 4Q321, we also see that the moon phases from Giza Vermes, the complete Dead Sea Scrolls, are again not in there in the above translation by by S. Talman and I. Knoll, or in the original text. We see that the word used, which is dukkha, or sorry, instead we see the word used, which is dukkha. What is the duke? An excerpt from Michael Weiss and Cook's A New Translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls. So it's from Michael Weiss' own commentary. So beyond the problem of intercalation, another basic area of ignorance hindering the complete understanding of the calendars involved the meaning of the word of the reoccurrent Hebrew term dukkha. This word, describing one of the phases of the moon, so this is the author's opinion, occurs frequently in the synchronistic calendars, text 72, or 319 through 321. The system of lunar observation associated with the term, which is again an author's opinion, clearly underlies other texts as well, even though they don't mention dukkha. So what he's admitting here is 4Q320, dukkha does not exist whatsoever in there. But they're saying, well, it clearly underlies it, so we just kind of inserted it in there. So we see what the authors like to do here with their own opinions and how they insert them. So before the discovery of the scrolls, scholars had never encountered this word. Knowledge of ancient Hebrew is far from perfect, and quite a bit of lost vocabulary has been recovered from the scrolls. Reasoning from etymology, dukkha most likely means carefully examined. So that's exactly what it means. If you take it back to the Paleo-Hebrew, it just means carefully examined. But what is being examined? Scholars are still debating the options for dukkha, and a reasonable case can be made for either approach. So we see scholars are still debating on what it means, but the authors took it upon themselves to say it's a phase of the moon. So the authors of this book do not themselves agree on what it means, but have decided to translate according to the full moon option. Hence, we will take dukkha to refer to the observation of the first crescent. So what he's admitting to here is they're just going with what rabbinical Judaism does, and they're going to insert the use of the moon where it's not actually used. And the authors took it upon themselves to declare the meaning as different phases of the moon when scholars do not agree or know the meaning. Dukkha does not even exist in 4Q320, only in 4Q321. And we believe it's not a certain phase or sliver of the moon, but rather which gate it's rising and setting opposite the sun as a witness, not a determining factor. Not a single calendar fragment in the Dead Sea Scrolls mentions the word Yerach. The translators have added the words new moon and full moon in place of the Hebrew word duk, which technically means carefully examined. We also see they claim duk, or dukkha, was an unknown word, but in fact, this statement is untrue. So we actually see the word duk in our Strong's Concordance, Hebrew, and it's H1751, duk. It means to pound, crush, or pulverize. And the transliteration, duk, to crumble. Pound, crush, pulverize. This verb is used in the context of describing the action of crumbling or breaking into small pieces. In Daniel 2:35, the word is used to describe the crumbling of the statue in Nebuchadnezzar's dream, which is ground to powder by the wind. And as we can see, the Strong's Concordance itself proves Michael Weiss's own statement. And even some scholars that are saying they don't know what duk means. Well, if they would just look at scriptures, they could see. So now getting into the history of these authors, we're going to see a connection to the Hasmonean usurpers. And we're going to start here first with Guise of Hermes. So this is all, if you go to Wikipedia, you will look up if you look up Giza Vermes, you're going to see this exact statement here. So he was a British academic, biblical scholar, and Judaist of Jewish-Hungarian descent, one who also served as a Roman Catholic priest in his youth. So we all know Jesuits are basically the synagogue of Hasatan posing as Catholics. That's exactly what a Jesuit is. So we see here he was a Jesuit without them fully saying the word Jesuit. Very interesting. But he specialized in the field of the history of religion, particularly ancient Judaism and early Christianity. He's best known for his complete translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls into English. His research focused on the Dead Sea Scrolls excuse me, and other ancient Hebrew writings, like the Targum and on the life and religion of quote-unquote Jesus. Vermes was one of the most important voices in contemporary quote-unquote Jesus research, and he has been described as the greatest Jesus scholar of his time. Vermes' written work on Jesus focuses principally on the Jewishness of the historical Jesus, as seen in the broader context of the narrative scope of Jewish history and theology, while questioning and challenging the basis of the Christian doctrine on Jesus. So I don't use the J name. This is just a direct quote from Wikipedia. But we can see, his connection not only with Jesuits, but, there's this mainstream ideology where they push that, Messiah was Jewish. He was following, the Talmud and the Mishnah and things like that. That's erroneously incorrect. Messiah was not Jewish. He did not follow Judaism. He followed the commandments and Torah of Yahuah. He followed the way. And he rebuked Judaism for adding to the commandments. But we can see he was not only of Jewish descent, but he served as a Catholic priest. He's basically a Jesuit without them admitting fully to this. And no wonder we see the appeal to the usurper's authority in inserting phases of the moon and not including the Cave 7 New Testament findings. As for Michael Wise, not a whole lot can be found on his background, but he did study at many Jesuit-controlled universities. And his area of focus is ancient Judaism as a background to the rise of Christianity. He has studied the Semitic languages in order to immerse himself in rabbinic texts and in the Dead Sea Scrolls. He uses over 20 languages in his research. So here we can also see where he appeals to the usurper's authority as well from his studies in rabbinic texts. Hence the decision to define the word dukkha as different moon phases found in rabbinic texts. Some people utilize the priestly cycle in the Dead Sea Scrolls and anchor their Sabbath to the Gregorian calendar and the false insertions about moon phases that coincide with the solar cycle and priestly order every 6 years. The calendar determines the priestly cycle, not the other way around. There are other years that match up to the same cycle as well, the same one that Gina and Robert present. Some state the cycle repeats itself every 294 years. This is found to be incorrect after careful examination. The moon cycles have a pattern of 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 5, 6. So you see, there's a reset cycle that makes it not land in the same order perpetually. So to say that every year 1 and year 4 are the same, every year 2 and year 5 are the same, or every year 3 and 6 are the same, isn't being truthful. The reason is the solar cycle is 365.24 days, not 364. The moon doesn't fall behind 10 days every year. Rather, it's 11.24. Very interesting. We researched the moon from every angle to see if it shows us when to intercalate or if it's for sabbatical and jubilee years. Using the menorah on Gregorian weekdays is not right, as this method does not use the luminaries as the foundation at all, but rather a man-made week. How would the sons of Zadok have known to intercalate to a Wednesday when the Gregorian calendar didn't exist at that time? An intercalation is something we should be observing from Yahuah, that it is the oath or sign, not a man-made week. If you intercalate a week every 6 years, your years will begin drifting backwards from the Tekufa, and in 100 years, your calendar will begin in the winter. So I want to add in here, this exact method and all of these findings were brought up to Gina. Her response to this phrase was, I'll be dead in 100 years. It's not going to matter. Legit, 100%, that's what she said. Is that really the kind of truther that we want to follow? The ones who say, oh, well, I'll be dead in 100 years. It's not going to matter. Imagine if Moses said that. You know how lost... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
To chaos retarded.
One, scriptural backing, and two, actually work. So, Robert's big problem with our calendar, the calendar that we have found, it's not ours, it's Yahuah. But the big problem and the big gripe with the calendar is that... Stop it. Sorry. Is that the divider day. Yet, what he does is he literally puts 7 divider days at the end of a year every 6 years. He puts 7 zeros. Or what he would do is make that year 371 days, which we know that Yah's year is 364 days in that year. So, which is it? Are we just going to take that day that we see from equinox to equinox, day 365, and just divide our year? Or are we going to cite the equinox, move it to a pagan Wednesday so that we could have a Saturday Sabbath, Or are we going to keep that sun sign where it belongs? That's day 4 of the year. And let's, whatever Gregorian day it happened on, that's the Sabbath, whether it's Sunday, whether next year it's going to be Monday, whatever. It makes a lot more sense. But the hypocrisy with Robert is that he is so bent out of shape with this 365th day, not counting it, but would do the same with adding a whole week filled with zeros, making a year 360 or 371 days. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the whole problem. Nowhere do we see where 7 days is added to intercalate. And we see it was 321 AD when our modern Gregorian calendar as we know it was established. It's over 300 years after Messiah had died. and the sons of Zadok. So how can they calculate or intercalate to a Wednesday that did not even exist yet? Because Rome was following a floating lunar Sabbath week, similar to the floating lunar Sabbatarians, how they do it. Actually, the exact same way, because they both came from Babylon. So before Constantine, Rome was observing a week that started on a crescent moon sighting.
We can
And so to
interject.
say, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's me and Libby Fisher. I'm Jim Cullinan. Yeah, we discovered something in Job yesterday. It's on a day when Revelation's revealed on the High Holy Day, on the end of quarter High Holy Day. Which, if you look into it, like Ezekiel seemed to receive a lot of prophecy on that day for his life. But yeah, that's Job. Is it 3:9? Let me live. Let the night be solitary. Let no joyful voice come therein. Let them curse it. Curse that day who are ready to raise up in the morning. Let the luminaries of the stars and the twilight thereof be dark. Let it be took out of the light and have none. Neither let it see the dawning of the day, because it is shut up, shut up on the doors of my mother's womb, nor hid sorrow from mine eyes. I think I'll read from the beginning. What it is Job reflecting that he should never have been born when he lost all his family. Everything was destroyed and all his possessions were taken away. After this, open Job, verse 1, chapter 3 for Job, opens his mouth and cursed the day that Job spake, and he said, let the day perish wherein I was born, and the night in which it was said, there is no man-child conceived. Let that day be in darkness. Let not God regard it from above, neither let the light shine upon it. Let darkness and the shadow of death stain it. Let a cloud dwell upon it, and let the blackness of that day terrify it. As for the night, let the darkness seize upon it. Let it not be joined unto the days of the year, and let it not come into the number of the months. From Job. Wasn't that amazing?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, not only is it Job's birthday, but Jeremiah says the same thing about his day of birth as well.
Yeah. It was new to me, I'll be honest.
fascinating.
It blew my mind.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's really amazing. And that's showing, Job is alluding to this, divided age here, this day that's not counted.
That's it. He was born on that day, Libby reckons, and I reckon she's right. I reckon he's referring to that day.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
That's the evidence for it. If you've got any spiritual eyes at all to see, that's it there.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And it's also backed up by Genesis 1 through 2, and it's showing that void of darkness before the light came to be. And that light coming to be is what started the counting of days.
Yeah,
It's
right.
really fascinating. But yeah, thank you for sharing. Yeah.
Okay, I'll mute now. If you think of anything else, we'll interject.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just, it's really not that big of a deal. I mean, he divides the seasons into 4 quarters. He doesn't divide he cannot divide his year. I mean, you cannot evenly, divide 7 by 365 days, right? You can't do it, but that's how many days we experience. So when you're not skipping that day that we're told to skip, you're going to have issues. You might, if you're tracking the equinox, that would be great, but you're not understanding the importance of creation week and the 2 cycles and how beautiful that is. So I don't understand why people get so bent out of shape, but it is really beautiful once you see it.
Yeah, truly. All praise to the Most High. Yeah, it's really amazing. And so continuing here, we're almost finished with this. So we have tracked the priestly cycles for the claimed 294 years, and they don't miss a beat, meaning there is no evidence of a week intercalation. And to suggest that all the priests served in this extra week is speculation at best. The pattern is always 5-6-5-6-5-6-5-5-6. There is no room or evidence of a 5th or 6th year intercalation in this method, which would be needed to keep everything in sync. As far as the stars are concerned, we used a star app to try and understand this without just taking someone's word for it. And it appears some use astronomical time to determine the year's start, in combination with the Gregorian weekdays, both being man-made. After numerous hours spent recording the lunar cycles, we have found that they cannot be replicated infinitely to determine the years. A popular belief is that the lunar cycle or full moon phase and solar cycle equinox day will sync up with the Gregorian weekday Wednesday to replicate the creation week every 294 years. However, the moon is not reliable in this scenario. On 3/20/2019, so that's the date that they use, the moon was illuminated at 100%. So 400 years prior, 294 years prior, the moon was illuminated at 92%. And then 294 years prior to that, the moon was illuminated at 77. So we see every 294 years, it's actually going down by like 8%, 9%. So it's not going to repeat every 294 years like they claim it does. And not to mention, the 294 years is not found anywhere in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Jubilees 6:36 through 37. For there will be those who assuredly make observations of the moon and how it disturbs the seasons and comes in from year to year 10 days too soon. For this reason the years will come upon them when they will disturb the order, and make an abominable day the day of testimony, and an unclean day a feast day. And they will confound all the days, the holy with the unclean, and the unclean day with the holy. For they will go wrong as to the months and Sabbaths, festivals, and jubilees. If the sons of Zadok had jubilees as their foundation, and it warns us about making observations of the moon, why do some insist that they were observing moon phases? Also, why do people insist on seeking up this information using Wednesday and citing moon phases? That is the 4th day of the Gregorian week, which they will say coincides with the day the sun was created. The great sign happens to always occur on the Gregorian date 3/20, year after year, regardless of the given weekday it is. The same way that your date of birth will always be on the same date regardless of the given weekday it falls. But the Sabbath is not anchored to the constructs of this world, i.e., the Gregorian weekdays. The true Sabbath is anchored to Yahuah's great sign that we can physically observe shining here on earth as it is in heaven. So we're still determining on how the moon is used exactly and how it is a witness. But we have been finding it is more for agricultural seasons and tracking longer periods of time. And I actually have to update this section a little bit. Excuse me. Really dry here. Need to get some more water. But our sister Marissa has found the witness. So it's going to be when it's a full moon opposite the sun, and that Mazzaroth or star sign behind that full moon is not only going to show us what month we're in as a witness, but also what season we are in, because the different Mazzaroth signs also have to do with the seasons. So we do know for sure it is not used for months or to calculate a year or used to determine the Sabbaths or festivals. And as we have seen, using moon phases to determine the priestly cycle stems from rabbinic texts. And when attempting to line up these phases, they do not line up as they are made to appear as they do by the author's insertions. So we don't have all the answers, but we are searching diligently and continuously. All right, so praise Yahuah. Does anybody have any questions or anything they would like to add as well? And Shabbat Shalom, everybody just joining us or coming in as well. And good to see you here, Sister Miranda. I pray your vacation was going well. You must be in some bad signal. That was very broken up, but no worries. Give me just a moment. I need to grab some more water here.
Hey, Shalom, Libby. What's going on?
Shalom to you too. It's lovely to be here with you. We're three of us are here. There's Mary, there's Jim, and there's myself. We're all
that's
listening,
awesome.
enjoying it.
We talk about you often, my love. We talk about you so much to so many people.
It's nice of you. Very nice.
Yeah.
Voice.
And Dwayne is on has been on the same calendar for a long time too, right, brother?
Yes, but not quite, not nearly as long as it seems Miss Miranda was on it.
Libby, yes.
Or I'm sorry, Libby.
Yeah. She.
What I would like to ask Libby is, they tell me that you've been on this calendar for over 50 years. Is that correct?
Well, I suppose it must be. I'm afraid that when I was 23, I was in a church in the Liverpool area of this country, and what happened was that I was keeping the Shabbat and the festivals according to the moon, and then I don't remember exactly, but I don't think it was very long after I joined the church in 23 when I can't remember how I came across him, but I came across a man from the Birkenhead area, which is just across the water from Liverpool. And this man wanted me to go round to his house. He told me that his wife was a Roman Catholic, staunch Southern Ireland Roman Catholic, and that she more than likely wouldn't like me and wouldn't even probably offer me a cup of tea, which she probably didn't. But anyway, he wanted to talk to me for some reason, and he wanted to share with me what he'd found in the Book of Jubilees and what he'd found in the Book of Enoch. And he wanted to tell me that it wasn't actually the moon and it was the sun. And of course, I thought to myself, oh, this is ridiculous. My Bible says moon, so it really surely should be the moon. And I really thought he was crazy. But I realized some years down the line that it wasn't quite so crazy as I had thought, and that he really was actually right. But I didn't realize that every single month the man was so faithful. He wrote me a letter, and I've still got some of those letters today. And he wrote me a letter saying every single month, and he probably did it on the Rosh Kodesh, to say to me, pointing me all the time to read the Book of Jubilees, read Enoch, and you'll find the answers, and that it's not the moon. And for quite some years, I just literally thought he was crackers. And so every letter that came, I put it in the drawer and then shut the drawer until no more letters would get into the drawer. And then shortly afterwards, I realized something happened, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but something happened and something triggered me. And I thought to myself, just a minute, you don't mean to tell me that that man is right all the time. And it actually is the son. And I thought, wow, so that was my start of my journey, but it wasn't long down the line. It was probably when I was about 26 years of age, something like that. And so that's where I started this journey, and then it's gone on from there. And I'm now 70. Well, I'll be in a few weeks' time, I'll be 79. Yeah.
Wow. That's quite a story, Miss Libby.
Yeah.
That he didn't even have the Dead Sea Scrolls at that time, did he?
I don't think he did. No, he wouldn't have done. But he had the Book of Enoch, and he had Jubilees, and he worked it out from there. And that's what he was trying to share with me. And then, of course, when we get the understanding from the Dead Sea Scrolls, a bit down the line, he lived till he was about 96, this man, so he was quite old when he died. And, you know, he started to teach me from the Dead Sea Scrolls a bit later down the line when that was available. And really, I owe what I have to him. I really owe that to him because... you know, it wasn't really me. It was his seed planting in my life. And now, you know, I'm so grateful to Yahuah that he's allowed me to plant that seed into some others. And we've got quite a nice little group of us here in this country. And I can't exactly say just yet because it's a bit on the private, but we are going down to a meeting this Tuesday. There's a meeting beginning in this country, which will be on for 4 days. And there's some likelihood that somebody from America with a very, very large, very highly significant ministry. And he is over here and he will be speaking. And some of our group are going down to speak with him. And we need prayers for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week that we can reach this man because... when he goes back to America, he's a Hebrew scholar, and if we do indeed reach out to him, it could mean that when he goes back to America, he is very much in touch with quite a number of the big ministries who are all looking to the solar calendar. So we do need covering with prayer for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week.
Great.
Yeah. So we value your prayers for that time. Yeah.
Absolutely. Awesome. That's praise
Lovely.
Yahuah.
Yeah. So things
Thank you so much for all that. Thank you so much for all that information, Libby.
That's a pleasure. And I understand that you've been listening to Rob and Boaz, and
yes,
I've listened for years and years to them, and I've loved them. I really do. And I don't know the answer to why have they given up on doing the teachings. I really don't know. But I have got all their USBs that I plug in the car. And one of the gang here, I'm not able to do it because I'm not the tech kid at all. But one of the gang here, like Jim or somebody, will be able to make copies of that USB and I can send them to Katrina. And you can probably make copies over there. I wouldn't know the answer whether a USB in this country, will that still work in America?
Yeah, it should.
Yes.
It should.
It should work. Well, that's good because it's only a thing you put into the car. And then, I mean, I can go hours of journeying, traveling, you know, I can go 6 hours or more. And I've still got them speaking all the time because I've got them on like several USB sticks, and it's amazing, the teaching. I just love it. I really do. And they're still, even though they're not doing it now, they're just so up to date with what they're talking about. Those two men were absolute scholars, in my opinion, and wonderful men. They're to me like university scholars who come to understand the Zadok calendar in a remarkable way. And, you know, if we can make copies of that and you can share them out, I think you'll really love them. Really greatly.
Yeah. Yeah, just before they closed their website, they told everyone that if you need the information, go ahead and copy it now. And I copied some, but I got sidetracked, and by the time they did go offline, I had not gotten but maybe 10% of what they had on that website. So I
Oh, well, I
would
think I
really
can help
like
you
to,
out.
yeah, I would
That'd be
really
good.
like to.
I'll help you out.
Well, great. That sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
I noticed that my friend Ray Toll is on as well, and if he's listening right now, I know that he would probably be interested in seeing some of this information as well.
Oh, great. You'll enjoy those USB sticks. I play them often in the car when I'm going along the road, and I never get tired of listening to them because they've got just so much information on the USB sticks. It's wonderful. I'm not bothered with anything other than I suppose people would say I've got a one-track mind, and literally I just feel as though I can't get enough of this information. I just like a sponge and I just drink it in. I love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Dwayne.
Yeah, Ray.
This is Ray. Yeah. As you know, I was on Rob Moore and Boaz's calendar for quite some time.
Yes.
But the first calendar I believe that I was on, it was probably about 2007 in that area when I met Joey Thompson, and I got on that lunar Sabbath calendar for a while, not too long, because I come across where, I disagreed vehemently with the annual holy days falling on a weekly Sabbath, and I don't think that is possible. Yeah. And so therefore, I got away from that calendar, and I started. Of course, I go back a long time. I was baptized in '71 in the Worldwide Church of God. I'm 83 years old. And
wow, you're a little bit down the line from me, and I was in the Worldwide Church of God too.
Okay, and
I was in the Worldwide as well.
Yeah, and then it got really corrupted, and I left when Takach took over, and so anyway, I was on my own for a while, and then I started attending the feast with the Intercontinental Church of God in Panama City Beach, Florida, in 1999. I met Joey Thompson, and that's when it was years after that, because it wasn't until about 2007 I guess I started keeping that lunar Sabbath calendar, and then, like I say, I got away from that, and then then after that, then my wife and I started listening to Rob and Boaz every Sabbath, and we were on their calendar for quite some time, and then we left their calendar, and we're on the same calendar that Sarah and Gina and Robert Villa is on right now, because I don't know if Jeremy here, I don't know if his calendar incorporates the priestly courses or not.
Yeah.
But,
yes.
Yeah, that's actually what we just went over. We were actually going over how Gina and Robert's calendar is incorrect, and it doesn't actually line up with what the moon truly does. And we have come to them for the last, actually it's been about a year now. We've been trying to come to them with the information we found, just so we can come together and be in truth.
Okay, so you said, did you say that you keep you incorporate the 24 priestly courses into your calendar?
Correct, but it's not according to phases of the moon, because
Okay.
we see the Mishmarot is actually about the stars and not the moon, and we have the evidence in the stars as well.
Okay.
It's kind of what we just went over a little bit ago.
Okay. Well, I guess I joined in here after that. So anyway, do you have a printout, or can a person get a hold of your calendar, the layout of the whole year with all the holy days and the Sabbaths and everything?
Yeah. Here, I will. Let me forward the PDF to the group here. 1 second. And are you in our other group as well? We called our library group. But
yeah, I think I'm in that. I believe, yeah.
Let's see. Hold on 1 second here. All right. So there's the PDF of our calendar we have.
Okay, I'll when I finish up here, I'll click over to that and take a look at it. Yeah. Thank you very much.
No problem. And I also have my write-up with everything we just discussed as well. Let me reply to it. But it's going to be right here. And so that's basically going to go through the history and the calendar, and I go over the priestly cycles and how it's not moon phases, but it's rather these stars.
Okay.
And we also go into how Gina and Robert's method, it doesn't line up. And our sister Marissa has she did a lot of research with the moon, going over it. She presented the information to them, showing, hey, look, these aren't lining up with, these authors' insertions, because it's authors' insertion. Oh, go ahead.
Right. So what was not lining up was that, she's an avid moon citer, and she looks up and she collects data. So when Gina was making this claim that there's going to be a full moon on, there was a full moon on, in the year, 2019? That's her claim. Oh, we found a year that the moon lines up, and it's the only year that's going to line up. And it says, the phenomenon doesn't occur until 294 years, So you have to wait 294 years for it to do what she says that it does. It's like, who has time for that? Because I know I'm not going to live that long to even experience that. Well, Marissa looked it up. So she looked up 294 years before, and it was not full. The moon was not full. She looked it up for what the moon will do, and 294 years later, it won't be full again. So Marissa went to Gina about it, and Gina said she doesn't care, that she won't live that long. And she just dismissed her. So I really didn't feel like, because we were, before we got to this method, before we actually stopped shifting the Gregorian week to line up with Yah's calendar, because they do the same thing. They move wherever the equinox lands on, they're going to move it to the nearest Wednesday. They're going to do that too. They're not seeing that when the equinox happen, it is day 4 of the year. Now, this year, the phenomenon, and I hate to get off course, but Robert thinks that he tracked the equinox on the 19th. And so that's why their Sabbath is on a Saturday. But 3/4 of the world actually saw the equinox on 3/20 this year.
Well, in my opinion, all these different calendars, I don't have a problem with anybody keeping different calendars, and I don't want to argue calendars. Everybody's got a right to their opinion, and I don't want to argue with people over their calendar. They've got a right to believe what they want to believe. I got a right to believe what I want to believe, and but well, I think discussion and dialogue is good to understand what other people how they have come to their conclusions on how to keep the calendar and everything. But I love everybody, and we're all in this together to try to learn. And maybe, I don't know, maybe we don't all have, maybe none of us have the exact calendar correct. Maybe it won't be revealed until the kingdom starts here. And I think we're really close to the end of this age and kingdom starting, is my opinion.
I would respectfully disagree with that, because the Zadok preserving the calendar that they did preserve, it was life and death, and it was a major war. And we see that major war taking place today because it's a spiritual battle.
I would completely agree with what you've just said, Katrina. It is a major thing, this, and it is a matter of a life or death. Yes, it is, and I do believe that so. And when a few people I know realized, I don't know whether it was last year or whether it was 2 years ago, some of them were saying that they'd cited the equinox for the 19th, but I think that is answered in what it says in that scripture in Enoch, where it says, and on that night is when the sun was setting himself up for the due east rising in that sunrise of the next day.
Yeah, exactly. And that was going with what I was speaking about earlier, is the Tekufa, or the equinox as we know it. It's 1.25 days long, and it starts the evening before, so the evening of the 19th. And that's why some here in America caught it on the 19th, or think they caught it on the 19th. It's because that's when it actually is beginning, and then it comes around. And so
I would agree with that. That's how it occurred. That some people thought that seen it on the 19th, but it was because the sun was setting itself up for the due east rising.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Right. So, the word throughout the whole entirety of Scripture says, ask for wisdom, ask for the Ruach. Yahuah says that if we just ask and humble ourselves, he's going to give us the answers. He's going to reveal the hidden things that he has hidden for such a time as this, for believers to come out and to look and diligently search for his truth. And I don't believe that Messiah is going to come back and sort it all out. I believe that he already did. And he did that, and we could tell that he did that through the things that he said, that the things that were recorded, and the things that he experienced, being that he ate the Passover and he died on unleavened bread. And people kind of missed that. But Jeremy had...
I did a little study recently in the last couple of weeks. And what is quite amazing is, just as I'd finished the study, I went and it took me a couple of weeks to do the study, and I went and had a shower. And while I was under the water, the whole study is based about the zero, the day zero, the divider. And just as I had finished the last full stop to the study, that's going to be posted out to about 40 people in this country, hopefully, probably Wednesday, Thursday next week. I was in the shower, and Yahuah spoke. And whenever he does this, he speaks to me and gives me a scripture. And I could hardly believe it, but I just thought to myself, how very remarkable that just as I put the last full stop to the article, what he said was, the old is revealed in the new, and the new is hidden in the old. And I was right through the article, I'm using the word old and new right through. But that really astonished me when under the shower, after I've just completed the article, that's the scripture he gave me. The old is revealed in the new, and the new is hidden in the old. I thought that was quite strange, marvelous.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, the Worldwide Church of God, in my opinion, was the it was an era in the churches. I think it was the Philadelphia era of God's church, and I think that now we're in the Laodicean era of God's church. But the Worldwide Church of God, which I grew up in, it kept the Jewish lunar Jewish Hebrew calendar, and they didn't. We didn't question the calendar. We just took it for what they said when the holy days were. That we didn't question that, but they were. I think I think they were wrong, but I don't see how you can condemn them, because they were people trying to do the right thing and live righteously, and that's my opinion. So I don't think that just because you don't have something, if of course, a lot of you think that the calendar I keep that keeps the Sabbath on Saturday is wrong, but that's just what I think now. That's my opinion. So
I would like to. Because probably very much relating to you, because I too was part of the Worldwide Church of God, and I've said to many of my brothers and sisters here that I felt back in the 23, when I was 23 years of age, and now in a few weeks' time 79 I will be, that I really believe that the Worldwide Church of God at that time, I attended the Liverpool church, and they were absolutely streets ahead of anybody who was teaching from the Bible. They were streets ahead, and the knowledge, many of the things
you're absolutely
even
right.
today, many of the things that I still believe in today, people say, oh, well, what a shame, these people aren't saved yet. But they don't realize that Yahuah has a plan, and nobody and no one will be lost, because of the fact that literally he doesn't want anybody to be lost. We don't know if anybody, eventually will not accept him, but I hope that they will eventually accept him. But the teaching was absolutely superb. It really was. But they didn't have the calendar right regards they were keeping the moon cycles, and they were. But certainly their fervency was second to none. It was marvelous. But I think it was the Philadelphia at that time. There was an era of brotherly love. But I would suggest that what we've got right now, even though we be few in numbers, it says in Matthew 7:13 and 14 verses, it says, and few there be that find it. But it doesn't mean to say that there won't be some who will find it. And I think we are I think his grace and his mercy is on us. And I think we have found it. I really do. And that's without any arrogance or anything. But I would really like this gentleman that I'm talking to right now, who's, I haven't got my glasses on, so I can't see his name. Sorry. But I would very much like to have fellowship with you. And because we come from the same stable, I can relate with you as you can relate with me. And I would love to share with you the fact that how I came to realize that the Wednesday is not right. The Wednesday is definitely not right. It's completely wrong. And moving a 1 week forward is totally wrong as well. We have to take the day of the spring equinox itself, which is always going to be the 20th of March. And people don't realize the strong significance of that 20th of March, and they're sort of like making it into something which is sort of a little bit on the wishy-washy. But it's not wishy-washy. It's bang on the line. And we know that the equilux does not have a line with it, but the equinox does have a line with it. And we know that divided day, the 0, is definitely right. And that moving those days forward of the creation days 1, 2, and 3, and you come, of course, to the equinox day, and it's always going to be 20th of March. Even a child can count, and that scripture in 1 Samuel 20 and 1 Samuel 21. This study that I've just completed recently and is going to be posted off hopefully on Wednesday, Thursday next week to about 40 people in this country. And I would love to post you a copy of this study that I've done. I'm not as eloquent as Jeremy and Katrina at all. I am very insignificant to that. But I've put a study together, and I would readily, if I knew your address, I would post it to you and share with you what I've put together, because the ones in this country I've shared it with, they love it.
Okay, yeah, please send it to me. My email address, if you got a pencil there, my email address is ray at thetulls.net. THETULLS.net. Ray at thetulls.net.
I have that. So I will be
Thank
able
you
to
so
send you
much.
that.
Libby.
I am not the best at technology, and everybody else will know that exactly. But the only thing I'm any good at, if I'm any good at anything at all, I think, is describing to somebody in the most simplest of way. And people say to me, you have a funny way, Libby, of putting the Bible into simple terms. And really, so many people in this country that I speak to, they say to me, wow, you can bring the Bible alive in a remarkable way, which I've never considered before. And I really believe that all the ones that I've managed to speak to at the moment in this country, they've actually got it and they've come to recognize it. I'm astonished because, you know, somebody at my age, look at me at this age, a few weeks' time, I'm 79, and, you know, I'm still going strong, and I'm loving it. Yeah.
Good for you.
Good for you. Yeah.
So, Jim is pointing out something to read to you, which is absolutely incredible, and it's from that passage in. It's in. Where was it from?
The Equilux.
Yeah, it's about. It
2022.
says, yeah, it says this is a part of what I've written.
Just read from there down.
Yeah. Right. This event on the 16th of March yearly is what we term as equilux, which in Jeremiah 33, verses 20 to 22, is a covenant. It signifies that just as the regular cycle of day and night is constant and cannot be broken, so too is Yahuah's covenant with David and the Levitical priests, who were anciently consecrated during a 7-day period, commencing on the 16th of March, Equilux Day. And having completed all 7 days of their ordination, the priesthood are now ready to serve as priests on the first of their 7th-day Sabbath of the new year. And this first Sabbath being for the priests, their, T-H-E-I-R, 8th day of their consecration. Ezekiel 43:27. And when these days are completed, it shall be on the 8th day which is, if you've got to put the nought in, you have to have a nought in it to come to an 8th day. And thereafter that the priests make your burnt offerings and your peace offerings, and I shall accept you, declares Yahuah. I think that's just amazing. But that passage in First Samuel 20 and 21, it's the absolute proof, the total, utter proof of where the Sabbath is, that it's no Wednesday and it's no moving forwards a week. It literally, the priesthood were to bake the showbread to be placed on the table of the presence for the Shabbat. But mainstream churches says, we will eat our own bread. Isaiah 4, verse 1. And the key to the whole thing with this calendar is I am excited. You can probably tell I'm excited. And people say, we can see your enthusiasm, Libby. And yes, I freely admit I am so excited because I'm dancing from the ceiling right now because literally I believe with all my heart. He says, I'm nuts, and I am nuts. I freely admit I'm nuts. But literally, I am dancing from the ceiling because I know, I'm not wondering with a question mark. I know. And it is not with any arrogance or pride or anything. If I can prove from the scriptures that something is right, I know I have found the true Sabbath, and I have found the true Sabbath, and it's found in 1 Samuel 21. It's the knowledge of the priestly courses, and when he gives him, David, he gives him the showbread. It's on the Shabbat. It's on the Shabbat.
Baking the hot bread.
Yeah. David left the field on day 2 of the month, and when he arrives 3 days later at Nob, in chapter 21, it's Nob. He arrives and Ahimelech says, what are you doing here? Are you alone? And he says, I'm hungry, I need some bread. He said, give me 5 loaves. So he's got 4 men and himself were starving hungry. And Ahimelech says to him, he says, I can give you the bread, but I can't give you the new hot bread because it's the Sabbath. And he says, as long as you've not been with women these past 3 days. Well, if you take day 2 of the month, day 3 of the month, and day 4 of the month, that's where he arrives. And there's the hot bread. It's on the Sabbath, the 3rd day. He left the field on day 2 of the month. He traveled on the evening of day 2. He probably traveled under cover of darkness on day 3, and he arrives at the sunrise on day 4 of the month. And that is the 7th day Sabbath. It's the hot bread that's the key to the Sabbath. I'm so excited. I'm dancing myself off the ceiling.
Yeah. I found that.
Yeah, I done a YouTube video on that, Jonathan and David. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah.
Hey, Libby, are you? Did I catch it? Are you from the UK?
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I want to ask her if she's ever heard of the town of Midgham. It's close to Thatcham.
Are you there, Libby? You're muted. There she goes.
Is it? Are you talking about a place called Maidenhead?
Well, my ancestors came from Midgham, England, which is west of London, about 40 miles. It's close to Thatcham.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Okay,
yeah.
You know where that's at?
Okay. You'd be welcome anytime over here. Anybody, you'd be welcome to come, and we could put you up with accommodation. Anybody.
Okay. Where do you live?
What did you say?
I said, where do you live in England?
Scotland. Bonnie Scotland. It's Scotland. Wonderful up here. We've got mountains, lochs, everything. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, I know.
Best place on the earth.
Love to visit Scotland.
It's
Libby.
You are welcome. Anybody can
beautiful
come.
Glens,
beautiful
rivers, beautiful women,
and
men with kilts and clans.
Yes,
and all kinds of wonderful things.
Men with
a castle, but the only thing is they've got the worst neighbours on earth.
You are.
I'm an Irishman. There you go.
You are awful.
That mixed up for everything else.
Yeah.
Has a question, Libby.
Yeah, I was listening into your accounts of the David and Jonathan incident, and Saul tried to spear Jonathan on
We
day two.
hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Try.
I was listening to your accounts of Jonathan and David, and Saul tried to spear Jonathan on day two. It was day three when Jonathan went out to the field to see David.
Now, wait a minute. Let's get something clear. The day that he went, there's two separate sets in this passage of 1 Samuel chapter 20 being spoken about, right? Let's get that clear. There are two sets of 3 days. The first set is talking about in the start of 1 Samuel 20. It's talking about a conversation which takes place between David and Jonathan. He is out in a field. It is the last day of the year. It is the day prior to the spring equinox. And David and Jonathan have this conversation, and he turns around and he says, "Behold, tomorrow is the new month, which is the spring equinox day." And then he says, "Are you coming?" And he says, "No, I'm not. I'm going to hide in the field for 3 days." So the 3 days he's speaking about is the day prior to the equinox. The day prior is day one of a 3 day period. The second day of his 3 day period is the day of the spring equinox, and his third day of that 3 days he's talking about initially is the day following, because it tells you in the scripture, it tells you it's day 2. And Jonathan says he will come. He says he will come back. Yeah, he says he will come back to the field on the third day, which is the third day, which is the day after the spring equinox. He returns, but because it had actually said that he will return, he will go to the field, he will remain in the field until evening. So there was a cave in the field, and he would have been hiding in the field. But the key to all of this is that the stone, it's not a pebble, it's a stone, and it's called Ezel. And the stone, the Hebrew meaning for this stone, Ezel, is the word, it is the stone of the sign, which is from Jubilees 2, verse 9.
Can I read 3 verses real quick? Can I read 3 verses real quick, Miss Libby?
Jubilees 2, verse 9 is the Ezel stone.
Hold on 1 second. You've got 24, you got chapter 20, verse 24, and then David hid himself in the field, and when the new moon has come. The second, and then verse 27, which is on the morrow, which was the second day of the Hachodesh, right? And then verse 35, and it came to pass in the morning. That's when he went out to the time appointed to David. So this is after the second day. So this would be, because the second day of the Hachodesh was when Saul tried to spear Jonathan, because he was like, why is his seat gone empty a second day? And it was already the evening time when Jonathan went to sit down with his father, and David was supposed to be there, and he wasn't there. It was already evening. And then Jonathan ran when Saul tried to spear him, and the very next morning, which would have been the third day, counting the first day of the Hachodesh, the second day of the Hachodesh, and then the next morning, which would have been the third day, the day before Shabbat, Jonathan went out there and met David.
Right, I'm sorry to disagree with you, but I completely and utterly disagree, because the conversation takes place on the day, the starting, you see, you can think to yourself, is he talking about 3 days beginning with the day of the equinox? And the answer is no, definitely, positively not. He's talking about a conversation taking place the day prior to the spring equinox. So then the next day, which was the spring equinox day, David doesn't go, but he hides in the field. Let me hide in the field for 3 days until evening. So his first day is the day prior. He's out in the field having this conversation with David, his friend. The next day, Jonathan has to go to the banquet. And then returning back to the conversation in the field the day before the equinox, this is where David says to him, how will I know if I can go back to the big house? And he says, I'll come back on the third day. And we know that is actually the second, it's dated in the Bible, it's dated in the scriptures. It's the second day of the first month. And Jonathan Jonathan returns back to the field. He shoots the arrows, and there was a cave in that field, and he would have remained hiding in that cave until what it says evening. And under cover of darkness, that's where David left to travel a little distance to go to Nob. It's only about 6 miles. And the next day, which will be day 3, is where he's still traveling, and he arrives on day 4.
Yes. Could you read 1 Samuel chapter 20, verse 34 and 35?
Yeah, sure.
Got it.
Right, read it out, Jim.
So Yahuah, Jonathan arose from the table in fierce anger and did eat no meat the 2nd day of the month. But it was grieved for David because his father had done him shame. But it came to pass on the morrow that Yahuah, Jonathan, went out into the field at the same time and appointed with David a little lad with him. And he said to his lad, "Run, find now the arrows which I shoot." And as the lad ran, he shot the arrows behind him. And when the lad was come to a place, like on.
All right, thank you. So with verse 34 and 35 in mind, how can 35 be the 2nd day of the month when you've got the transition of at the end of the 2nd day, Jonathan ate no bread. The next day, it talks about and it came to pass in the morning. How can that be day 2?
Because it says it's day 2. Jonathan went out to meet him as the coded message was that he would fire the arrows. And the coded message was that if the little boy ran after the arrow, that he would say, "The arrow is beyond you." In other words, he says, "Make haste, get going. Let's
go back a little bit.
Get on your bicycle."
Let's go back a little bit. Let's
go
back to chapter 20. Then said Yahuah, verse 4. 24. David, whatsoever soul desires, I will do even to do. But David said to Jonathan, "Behold, tomorrow is the new month." There's new moon here. "That I should not fail to sit at the king to eat for. Let me go, for I may hide myself in the field the 3rd day at evening." So he's saying he's going to hide himself in the field on the 3rd day. And that's chapter 20, verse 4. So you're on a bit there. But he sat with his father and found out his intention. So there it is.
Yeah, it's a way of how you look at this thing. You can think that these 3 days begins as the first of those 3, starting on equinox, but it doesn't. It starts the day before equinox. The second of that period is the equinox itself, and the next day, which is the 3rd one of the days, is speaking of day 2 of the month. And of course, we know that David left on day 2. He left in the evening because he'd hidden in the cave after Jonathan had come in the morning. He hid in the cave until under cover of darkness when it was evening, because it says it until evening. And he hid until it was the evening when he was under cover of the darkness because he was afraid for his life. He would have travelled on the 3rd day also. It's not very far. 6 miles isn't that far. And then, of course, he arrives at the sunrise on the 4th day, which is then counting from day 2. That's the first of the second set of 3 days. So there's 2 sets of 3 days, and the second set begins on day 2. He's still traveling on day 3, and he arrives at sunrise on day 4, which is the 7th day Sabbath, and it's the hot bread. And I've got so much information on that with the hot bread. I've got the James Fawcett and Brown, and it tells you straight that the reason why it's the showbread is because he arrives on the Sabbath day, and that is the 3rd day, counting day 2, day 3, and day 4. That's your 3 days, and it's the second set of the 3 days. So you've got to realize that.
I do agree with you that is the Sabbath, because it is a Levitical law to take out the showbread on the morning of the Sabbath. So I do agree that is the Sabbath day that David showed up, and it's really awesome to know that Nob is only 6 miles away. But thank you for the clarity and all of that. I just wanted to kind of see how you were looking at.
Who's speaking there?
Thank you.
I was looking at chapter. I was looking at verse 35 as being the 6th day of the week, verse 35, and then the next day would have been the Sabbath.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. The verse 35 is the beginning of the 6th day when Jonathan went out there.
Yeah. Right. That's what I
If
think.
you go back a bit again, go back and further, to me, when I first studied this with Libby, it was the first time in my mind, and I think that this scripture exists entirely within the scriptures that we have today that sit before us, the word of truth, not the falsified word of truth, but the words of truth amongst the hidden, rubbish that the Babylon have thrown at us. I honestly think that this exists, this chapter and these verses within the scriptures, to tell us what the true day is. It's like the sign that he set the sun with his strength in Psalm 19, verse 1, where he goes out like a strong man, like the sign, the shadow in the air. This is a sign to substantiate the truth of his word.
Yeah.
I don't care what anyone says, it's as clear as day to me. It substantiates the true Shabbat.
Yeah.
And there's no other scripture in the scriptures that actually does this.
I agree.
Those 3 days that certainly when he left the field under cover of evening, when it's darkness coming in, so that Saul's men don't spot him and see him, he leaves. He must have gone back to the cave after Jonathan had seen him with the arrows, and he hid in the cave until evening, because it says so. And so under cover of evening, on day 2, he leaves the field. Day 3, he probably is very careful that Saul's men don't see him, but he's traveling those few miles, and he arrives at the sunrise on the 3rd day, which is literally why Ahimelech says to him, I can give you the old bread as long as you've not been with women these past 3 days, which of course he hadn't. And of course those 3 days going backwards is the Shabbat, the 7th day, the 6th day, and the 5th day. And the 5th day is the day after the equinox. So it's definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, this is correct. This is absolutely bang on right, telling us where the true Shabbat is to be found. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's literally the
verse
menorah,
18
man.
helped you a little bit. Yeah, let me read verse 18 in one chapter. Then Yahuhanan, Nathan, or Jonathan said to David, tomorrow is the new moon. It should say new month, but it says new moon in Dr. Pigeon's cipher. You shall be missed because your seat will be empty. When you have stayed 3 days, then you shall go down quickly and come to the place where we did hide yourself. When the business, which is a very interesting translation, if you look in the Hebrew, was in hand.
It means the shadow. The
shadow
is the shadow.
And shall remain by the stone Ezel. So it's the going stone in the Hebrew, or the stone of the sign, and the shadow marks the stone when the equinox happens. And I will shoot 3 arrows, and therefore, as thou I shoot a mark, and behold, I will send the lad, saying, go and find the arrows. And if I expressly say to the lad, behold, the arrows are on this side of you, take them thence and come thither to the peace, come in peace, and that you'll know hate as Yahuah lives. But if I say to the young man, behold, the arrows are beyond you, go your way, for Yahuah has sent you away. And as touching the matter which you have spoken of, behold, Yahuah between you and me forever. So we're talking about the 7 oaths, which is a very powerful oath in the Hebrew.
Yeah. Oh, I can tell you now, I can't say to you how delighted I am that I can feel so confident, not in myself, but in Yahuah's word. Yahuah's word is confirming where we find the Shabbat today, and it's most certainly found in that passage in 1 Samuel 20 and 21. It's the key to it all is that it's the hot bread. The showbread is the answer. And I'm just literally, I'm so dancing. I feel as though I can go to these meetings and look anybody in the eye and with total, utter confidence share with them that the Sabbath is found in that passage, in the showbread, and it's in the scriptures. It's not any theory. It's not anything of my doing. It's not anything that I came across or something like that. It's in the scriptures, and it's been there all along. It's just us who've got the traditions of men who, we've had men telling us that you take the day after the equinox as day 1 of the month. Well, it's not right. The day 1 of the month is the actual sign of the stone. Izel means the sign. And it also has a dual meaning, that sign, Izel, of the stone. And the dual meaning is it's the going stone. It's the going forth of the new year. It's day 1 of the year. So therefore,
It's
day
Happy New
two
Year.
of Happy New Year. So day
Exactly.
2 of the month is the day after the equinox. Day 3 is where he's traveling, and day 4 is where he arrives, and he arrives on the Shabbat, which is 4th of the month but 7th of the week, and it's the hot bread.
Exactly.
Then came David to Nob in Ahimelech the priest. Ahimelech was afraid at the meeting of David and said to him, "Why are you alone? No man with you?" And David said, "Ahimelech the priest, the king has commanded me a business." Now we can call that a lie, or we could say he was doing the King of Kings business. We don't know. Business. And he said to me, "Let no man know anything of this business whereabouts I send you, what I have commanded you, and how I have appointed my servants to such a place. Now therefore, what is under your hands? Give me 5 loaves of bread in the hand, or what there is present." And the priest answered David and said, "There is no common bread under my hand, but there is hallowed bread. If the young men have guarded themselves, at least from women." And David answered the priest and said to him, "Truly, women have been kept from us for about these 3 days, because they're defending their lives, they're hiding from Saul. And I came out, and the vessels of the young men are holy, and the bread is the manna common, yea, though it were sanctified this day in the vessel." So the priest gave him the hallowed bread. There was no bread there, but the showbread was taken from him to Yahuah to put on the hot bread in the day that was to take away. So he had the hot bread for the Shabbat.
Yeah. The whole key is in the priestly courses. I'm certain of that. The whole key to the issue of the Shabbat is the priestly courses.
And the priestly courses backed it up.
And the priestly courses back the whole scenario up, and it also backs up the fact that you have to put, after the 52nd Shabbat, you have to put a 0 in, and that 0 represents day 1 of the consecration of the priesthood. Day 1 of the creation week represents the 2nd day of consecration of the priesthood, and it goes on until the 6th day is the priest's 7th day of their consecration. And then it means that when you get to the first Sabbath of the year, it is what the Bible speaks about their 8th day, when they are fully consecrated on the 8th day. By the time they reach the 8th day, which is on the first of the Shabbats of the new year, they are fully consecrated by that time, because they've put the 0 in, and the 0 represents day 1 of consecration. I think it's mind-blowing.
Joe's birth date. Yeah, may this day be blotted out. And in a way, it is blotted out.
Yeah.
Because it's not there, but it is there.
Yeah.
And it has to be there for the priestly courses to be doing their 7-day period of sanctification before they went in to serve in the temple. Well, it wouldn't have been the temple, it would have been the tabernacle. But that's what they were doing.
And the thing is, we cannot break up the Creator. The
And
Creator
yeah, like who was that said before, which was a new one for me, and I liked what they said. Somebody said before, Yahuah's divided the 4 quarters, with the Rosh Chodesh. He's divided. And why can't he divide the year? It's his calendar, not ours. So it's not up to us to say what fits in and what doesn't fit in. And it's like we're all guilty of putting our own pennyworth in, but we need his truth, not ours. I mean, I've never really fully bought into Libby understanding of the calendar until I read Samuel 1:20. And when I sat down, it was only about literally 4 weeks ago, and I've known Libby for about nearly 9 months now. And I thought, wow, that nails the Shabbat. And for me, it was undeniable, because the actual word, the scripture, is telling you the day.
Isn't it?
And the chair that seat that David sits in, when he sits in that seat and the king is there, normally the head of Naphtali will be there, the head of Zebulun will be there, the head of Ephraim will be there, all the tribes' heads, and like whoever your chief fighter was, the best captain you had, he'd be on your right arm, and like your second in command would be on your left arm. And there'd be a great table. There'd be 2 tables. There'd be a table where everyone laid their weapons down. They all laid the weapons down, because it was the time when kings went to war.
Table of reconciliation.
A table of reconciliation. So this wasn't some like little 2-tuppence halfpenny like meeting where it was the equinox was a big thing. Samuel sat on the equinox table. So did Eli sit on that. He sat on that chair the chair of
Enthronement.
the enthronement chair. They all sat on it. Samson would have sat on it. They all sat on that chair. Anyone who was a leader in the total of Yasharal, they would have sat in this chair. And this is where King Saul would have sat. And David, because he'd slayed Goliath, he had a prominent seat. He was a top captain in Saul's army at one time, anyway.
And he was his son-in-law.
And he was expecting him to be. Plus, he was his son-in-law as well. So he was expected to be there, and everyone had to lay the weapons up. But he knew if he'd have turned up, he'd have caught for it. He knew his ruach and his spirit. Yeah. So this isn't like this spring equinox. Although the temple wasn't built then, and although it was a tabernacle, and the Yachim in the Boaz, which marked the middle of the equinox before the equinox takes place, all them things were still there. They just weren't the finished article like the temple. But David, when he turned up to put his son Solomon on the throne, he had all the plans for the sort of what do you call it, the entrance to the temple, like the porches. He had all the plans. He always given them to by Yahuah. It was a very important chair that you sat on. So when he's left that seat because his day was over and his son sat in it, it was a big thing. And so when Saul said, surely he's been with women, if you read the scripture, because he thinks, well, the only reason he can't take this seat is if he's been with women. He's unholy, it's unclean. So they couldn't. This is how big it was. I mean, you're talking about everyone in Israel would have not been able to sleep with their wives 3 days prior to this event. It's not some tuppence thing. It happens all the time. And you look carefully in the scriptures, it's there. It's just you've got to search diligently. You've got to search diligently to find it. So sorry about my 10 pence, but there you go.
Hey, Libby.
Yes.
But this is Lee Hayes. Just something clicked in my head. I just think it's fascinating how Father has a sense of. It's written in 20 verse 1. You got the equinox on the 20th, and there's your first day.
Yeah.
Yes. Day one of the new year.
That's it. He has got a sense of humor.
That's it.
He marks things.
And why, too, we see a lot of brothers wanting to start on day 5 of creation week. Yeah. And that can't work, because if you start on day 5 of creation week, your Passover is going to fall on day 4 of the week. And that's just correct. Not right. It needs to be on the 3rd day of the week. So
the Dead Sea Scrolls tell us it's the 3rd day of the week, and if you go for the next day afterwards, you're on the wrong day afterwards because you're 1 day out.
Right. So that 4th day of creation week, that's day 1. Our first Sabbath is on the 4th. Our next Sabbath is on the 11th. And by 14th, you're going to have day 3 of the week. And then he dies on the 4th, and then you have your 3 days and 3 nights.
That's correct.
So that also proves that you cannot start on day 5.
Absolutely, you can't start on day 5 because
it makes no sense.
No sense at all. Day 5 is the day after the equinox, and you cannot start on 5. You start on 4 because there's just so much. There's so many things. I mean, Exodus 40 verse 1. They reared up the tabernacle on day 1 of the month 1, and there's just so many places right throughout.
Calendar, you've got to count on the equinox.
Yeah, it's absolutely definite that the equinox is 1. Definitely, it's not the next day at all.
Yeah, because, I mean, even for the folks that want to move the equinox sign to a Wednesday, like, say you're trapped on a deserted island, right? And you know how to track the equinox, right? Well, how are you going to move that to a pagan Wednesday? No, we can't. Like, just with Robert Villa and, Gina Sparks.
There's no Gregorian calendar.
With Torah, with Torah is light in the Zadok way. They are boundary shifting. And this is why it's so critical that we get it right. Because there's one right way and many wrong ways. And when you shift, when you try to link up Yah's holy, set apart, priestly calendar to a pagan week, it's idolatry. It's a sin. It's the reason why we're in this mess to begin with. And we, brothers and sisters, we really need.
Like it says in the scripture, they've changed the times and the season.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what it says in Matthew 7, verses 13 and 14. Broad is the way that leads to destruction, but narrow is the way that leads unto life, and few there be that find it. And it's definitely equinox, most certainly, without a shadow of a doubt. It's day one, a happy new year.
Yeah, and it is a glory for Yahuah to conceal a matter, and it's the honors of kings to search it out. And that is what this group does, and that's what we as brothers and sisters are doing here, is making sure that we are testing and proving it all out. So when the sun is lining up perfectly every single year, and the moon is a witness to it, and the stars witness to it, it's confirmation after confirmation, and it's not pride. It's just confidence. And that's how we find it, is that when he keeps bringing us more and more witnesses confirming the start of the year, that's when we are assured, and to him be the glory, because now we get to celebrate the Shabbat on time with him.
Yes,
right,
but with the angels above. Wonderful. Yeah.
And
it's like a doctor's appointment. If you know when the doctor's appointment is and you turn up the next day, you've missed the appointment with the angels, and you've missed the appointment, more importantly of all, you've missed the appointment as the bride with the king.
No oil in the lamp.
Hey, Libby, what was the name of that rock in 1 Samuel?
Ezel. Ezel. It's what's been spoken of in Jubilees 2, verse 9. It says, Yahuah hath appointed a great sign on the earth. The sign is the sign of the sun. For days, for Sabbaths, for months, for years, for jubilees of years, and for all seasons of the years. And this is the sign of Ezel, the sign. In the Hebrew, it means the stone of the sign, and it also has a dual meaning, and it's called the going stone. And it's the going stone, it's the going forth of the year, the new year. Wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to go back and look at that word at Etzel and see if it ties in with the word etzem. Because on the tabernacle, around tabernacle, you got the tav at the top. Like I've said before, the sun on that first day shines through the eastern gate into the tabernacle. But at noon, it shines down through the hole in the top of the tabernacle, which has a tav on it, which shines the mark on the floor. But you've also got the other part of the tabernacle, which is just one bridge over the top of it that supports it, and it's called etzem, and it's called the backbone that goes right through the tav.
Oh, now you've just said something which is absolutely mind-boggling to me, because I'll just read out from one of the pages of the study that I've done. I've said to Katrina that if anybody wants a copy of this, I could send it to them. Well, not me personally, because I'm not the tech kid, but somebody here like Jim or Yvonne would send it across to you on the WhatsApp. Do that. Right, now, going back to this thing here, it says, the opening entrance between these two pillars are where the priesthood would have walked through into the temple, the center gap. I liken it to stepping into and of following after the way. The second pillar denoting the starting date of a new year. And as we already know, the equinox is the sign from heaven above. We read in 1 Samuel chapter 20, verse 19, and shalt remain by the stone, number 68, Ezel, number 237 in Strong's. This is the stone of the sign, and also named the going stone, denoting the going forth of the year, Yahuah's shadow. I think there's more to that than meets the eye as well. Yahuah's shadow. Moshe was asked by Yahuah to make a one-piece solid gold menorah, having 7 bowls and patterned upon Creation Week. This stone, by the way, it has some other names, and let's just find that passage. Where is it now in this book? It's talking about. I wonder actually whether, as well as this stone is Zell. I've written this into the book. I hope it's right. But you see, in Edinburgh Castle up here in Scotland, they've got what they call in a glass case. They've got the Bethel stone, which is supposedly or reputedly, shall we say, meant to be the stone upon which Jacob dreamed his dream on, and he saw the ladder ascending with the angels going up and down. Now, there's signs everywhere in Edinburgh Castle saying that this is the stone that all the kings of Israel were anointed upon this stone, and maybe it was, but also, as well as that, like a standing stone, which is called a Zell, maybe also this Bethel stone was also there in the field. I don't know, but maybe it was.
Well, I think Saul was sitting on that.
Yeah, because all the kings of Israel were anointed upon that very stone. And if that is the stone, which is in Edinburgh Castle at the moment, it'd be very interesting, because obviously Jeremiah came over to Ireland. He brought the two royal princesses. One of them married the king of Ireland. One of them married the king of Spain. And of course, that's all identified in the Irish annals of history. This is something that did happen, because it says in Irish history, in the annals, it says that they arrived. This man called Jeremiah arrived with a man called Baruch, which is Baruch the scribe. So, this is absolutely mind-blogging, this history, isn't it, to dig it out?
Wow.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Wow. I would love a copy of whatever information you have as well. I think you have my email.
I don't think I do, actually, Jeremy. No, I don't. I'll write it down, though, if I've got the pen on, Jim. Yeah, I'll have a go at it, Jeremy. Right. Go on, Jeremy.
It's Jeremy P914 at Gmail.
Yeah.
Now, does any with that Zell ties in with the Etzem over the tabernacle? That
yes. In the article, I was looking for it, actually, the bit that you're talking about.
Wow.
And I'm just flicking through my pages to say about it, where it says it. I'm just looking for it now. So you talk away while I just have a look.
So the rock is the sign in which the house is built, but yet the tav is the sign too. So the tav is linking with the rock, and when the sun comes through the top of the tabernacle, and it puts the tav on the floor with the Etzem bone over the top of it, it's telling you that's the backbone, the sign, which is pointing to Messiah too. So, wow.
I think that's probably right.
Wow.
Yeah. But I think that in that field where Jonathan was, I think that there was a standing stone in that field, which is called Zell. And I think at the same time, there's just a possibility that the Bethel stone was also there. And that stone is where all the kings of Israel were actually anointed throughout the Bible on that Bethel stone. And maybe that is the very stone which is sitting in Edinburgh Castle in a glass case right now.
I don't think that was anything to do. Well,
wow.
May I add my 2 penneth worth here? I've looked at the calendar, obviously, for several years now. And the way that the ancients were tracking the sun, it wasn't on just one stone. There'll be a main stone with a stone that laid behind it, like a backbone, which is what I'm quite excited about. And the shadow of the main stone would then meet the backbone stone. Therefore, that would then be the straight line. So there's 2 markers.
I think you're absolutely right. And maybe it's called the heel stone, and maybe that Bethel stone was in actual fact the heel stone.
Could well have been, but it's not just on one stone. It will be a prominent first stone with a stone that would lie. You could call it the backbone, but there will be a stone that lies away from it. And when the shadow meets that back stone, would be the equinox day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a bit the same as the Stonehenge and the Killanish and the Newgrange and the all these standing stones that are up here.
So naturally, you would call the primary stone the sign stone, but there would be a backbone involved.
Yeah, that coincides with Jubilees 2 verse 9, where it says it's the stone, it's the sign of the sun. And I mean, what else is other than the sign of the sun? Is it where other than the shadow and the actual? It's the shadow, isn't it?
Absolutely right. Absolutely.
I would love your to send you, Ken. Can I send you via an email address? If you could like to give me your email, I'll write it down. I'll send you a copy of this study I've done.
Okay, my email address, Libby, is KENHEN.
I haven't got that bit. What was the next bit after Ken?
So it's Ken Hen. So KENHEN at gmx.net.
I don't think I've got that written down right. It was a bit difficult for me to get it. KEN, and then what's after that?
HEN.
HEN, like a chicken.
Yeah. Ken Henderson, Ken Hen at gmx.net.
GMX.net.
Yep.
.net.
Got it.
I think I
write it down properly underneath.
So that's Ken, and it's
H-E-N.
all. Do I put a full stop after Ken?
No.
So Ken Hen, HEN at GM for mother X.net.
Perfect.
I'll send you a copy of the study.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Right.
Libby, while you have your pencil out, I'd like to have a copy as well.
Right.
Could I give you my email address?
Yes, certainly.
My name's Dwayne Dennis.
Do I put a
It's
little D or a big D? Is it a little D or a big D?
Well, that doesn't matter because that's not part of my email address. Here's my email address. Dewey Bob, that's D as in David, EWYBOB at AOL.com.
That's fine. I've done that.
Okay, thank you.
I'll send you one.
Thank you so much.
It probably won't be very professional, but it's the best I can do, I'm afraid.
Oh, who likes professional?
Hey, Libby, let me give you my email address. I'd like to read what you got too.
All right.
Well, you're going to run out of pencil or pen ink.
I've got a pen.
Okay,
It's
that's
my pen,
L.
by the way.
That's L-E-E.
E-E. Is that a little L or a big L?
Little.
A little L.
There's about 20 people listening in from America.
Is that a little L?
Yep, L-E-E, little L.
Yeah.
H-A-Y-Z as in zebra.
Yeah.
48.
Yeah.
At yahoo.com.
Yahoo.com. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'll do that for you.
I appreciate it.
I'll get the tech kids to do it on the job.
You haven't got enough money.
Right, so that's LEEHAYZ 48 at yahoo.com.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. I've got it. I'll do that.
What's that?
Thank you very much.
When you get it, you'll probably think, "Who is this crap? Who is this crackpot?" Yeah.
We've got some sort of South African one.
No, we appreciate you,
They always
Libby.
prepare this. They always say in the coup
We love everything that you share.
Is it okay if I come back to a previous point raised by was it Ray that was talking about when Yahushua returns, then we will know and everything. I strongly disagree with that. I think that if we look at the book of Enoch, and even just in the first chapter, Enoch is explaining that the things that he's talking about in his book regarding the luminaries and all this sort of thing. And if I can quote from just the first chapter in Enoch and the first and second, third verses, what it says is, Enoch, a righteous man whose eyes were opened by God, saw the vision of the Holy One in the heavens, which the angel showed me, and from them I heard everything, and from them I understood and I saw, but not for this generation, but for a remote one which is to come. And then he goes on talking about the great one will come forth from his dwelling. That's not Yahushua coming from his dwelling. It's the great white throne judgment. So what he's saying in Enoch, just in the first sort of part of the book, is saying, these things that I've written in this book are not for anyone else, but for the last generation, for the remote generation, the generation before the great white throne judgment. And if you go further into just the first chapter, you begin to understand that actually, for us to understand the calendar and to get the Sabbath day right was a plan from Yah from the very beginning. It's been hidden from us for so many times through the corrupt ways and the scribes and the naughtiness of everyone else. But now that we're here in this last generation, of course, we will be able to find the right way. And this is God's plan. And I don't believe that it will happen when he returns. I think we will find it before he returns.
What does he mean? Can you explain again?
Sorry.
He's saying what he's saying is,
Yeah, no, I agree. And, I think it's important as well because, if our clocks are off, how are we going to make Yahuwah's meetings on time? And his meetings are, the Sabbath day and the festivals. So if our clocks are off, we're not going to be able to make it when they're doing it in heaven. And, we all have a piece of that puzzle, and it's exactly why we all need each other. And coming together and reasoning together through scriptures like this is, it's all from Yahuwah, from the Ruach. And it's truly amazing. And, I appreciate and love each and every one of you. It's awesome.
Well, from my point of view, I mean, the likes of John the Baptist, who was considered to be by the Most High himself the greatest prophet that ever lived, he was Zadokiim, John the Baptist, and he would have passed on that Zadokiim priesthood to the Mashiach when he baptized him. Now the thing is, there was always, even when Dasharal was the southern kingdom of Yehuda was taken into captivity, there was always a remnant that were taken away to a place. And I think, the Qumran or as it's sometimes known as Damascus, would have been there for a long time and would have been a place set apart by the Most High to protect those who were following him. Not only that there's a whole groups of folk who have always, in different parts of the world and the earth, who have followed the calendar right through to the today where we are now. Now, it's becoming more widely known now around the world for whole groups of people, but there's always been a remnant that have being kept apart, and follow him. I don't care what anyone says. They're there. We just don't know them and they don't know us, but they've always been there. So I disagree. I think they've always been there. Like Jeremiah going to Ireland with the daughters of the kings of Yahuah. And he would have kept a remnant. And there is history if you care to search it out. It's not really easy to find that the sort of like Roman families who were wealthy in Rome would send their children to be educated in Ireland. And one time it was like you've probably heard the statement that the land of Ireland was the land of Talmudim and scholars. So they use the word saints in modern language, which is a horrible lands of kings. Yeah. And the thing is that there would have been at one time a great, place of knowledge in those remote places of the earth, and it's as if they were taken away from the mainstream part of the earth, and like the Tin Islands, as they were called then, would have been like a remote place, a small place, and somewhere away from the edges of the empire. And there's always been those who follow the Most High, who are removed from. Like I, if I was the Most High and I looked down and seen my mum and dad, and it's Johnny and Ian, and I thought, right, I'm going to send in the king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, to judge. I'll think Johnny and Ian, I love them too. They're righteous. I'm going to take them out. They're going to get on a boat at Joppa and go up to Tarshish. And there's always been a remote number who follow and have kept Torah. And the Father says, you've kept it. Demas Shikaran's a good one. He wrote The Happiest People on Earth. He said his family were warned before the Russians came in to it's one of the satellite states in Russia. Like it's an independent country, and I forget which one it is. Like Ukraine, not Ukraine. It's like Lithuania, somewhere like that. I can't remember the name of the place. But they were warned, and they came to America, and the Most High blessed them. So there's always those who are called out from among what's going to go happening in the mainstream. There's always those who've trusted our Father, and because they've trusted Him, He will take them out and teach them His way because they love Him.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know what anyone thinks about what I just said, but that's what my thoughts are on that.
Messiah said, Matthew 7:7. Yes. Ask, and it shall be given to you. Seek, and you shall find.
Knock, and the door shall be opened unto you.
Yes. For everyone who asks receives, and he who seeks finds, and to him who knocks it shall be opened. Or is there a man among you who, if his son asks for bread, shall give him a stone? Or if he asks for a fish, shall he give him a snake? If you then, being wicked, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more shall your Father, who is in the heavens, give what is good to those who ask him? He is pleading with us. Find me. Find the secret matters. Look for the things. Humble yourself. Seek the wisdom. And he will provide it to you. So if anyone says that we cannot know his set apart Sabbaths and times, right there. You gotta be able and willing to do the work, because Jeremiah 29:12, then you shall call on me and shall come and pray to me, and I shall listen to you, and you shall seek me and shall find me when you search for me with your whole heart. Psalm 69:32, the humble shall see. They rejoice. You who seek Elohim, your hearts will live. And also Matthew 17, and he said to them, because of the littleness of your faith, for truly I say to you, if you have faith as a mustard seed, you shall say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it shall move, and nothing shall be impossible to you. And Messiah says, be perfect, for my Father in heaven is perfect. It's a command. We are commanded, come out of her, my people, lest you suffer in the plagues. How much when we involve ourselves in the wrong camps, like the camp of Korah, like the sin of Jeroboam, all of those warnings, we cannot, and we should use Zadok's as our example, because when the calendar got usurped and they were banished, they didn't go back and try to plea. No, they were set apart, and they preserved they preserved the way for Messiah. They preserved the priesthood and the lineage for Messiah. And that's what we have to recognize, is that during their time, this was legit war. The war of the sons of light versus the sons of darkness. They preached against boundary shifters, and that's exactly what people are doing, boundary shifting. They're taking the equinox day and they're shifting it to a Wednesday. That is a boundary shifter. We don't want to be in those camps because we don't.
Exactly what the Catholic Church are doing.
Right. Right. And truthfully, we can't bear a false witness with, oh, well, I'm just going to love my neighbor and just go in fellowship with them on, their Shabbat, or, just for the sake of love. Well, truthfully, we are to divide, and we are to love them, but to really make that line drawn in the sand. Yeah. Because I could promise you, if you're doing it right, they're not even going to welcome you in the group anyway. But,
I think the closer you get to the truth and the more you proclaim it, the more you will be attacked.
Yeah.
The enemy's not interested in people who are going astray. Not fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And the more you try to fight it, like Jonah did when he had to tell the people, we have to remember what happened to Jonah, when he didn't want to bring that message forth to the people. And what did Yah do? His circumstance was not good at first until he repented. So just be mindful of all those scriptures that, the truth is out there, and he wants your willingness to find it. He wants us to become like children and to seek him out, to study the scriptures, and to get out of Babylon. We don't want to be mixing the world's ways with Yah's ways, because that's exactly what they did with the golden calf. They were delivered out of Egypt, but they wanted to bring in the Egypt and the idols to worship Yahuah, but they were very wrong. And so, scripture was written for us to learn from what to do and what not to do in a lot of cases. Just because David, murdered, had an affair and got in trouble with adultery and had someone murdered. Oh, well, that's in the scriptures. Yeah, but it also doesn't make him right for doing what he did. It's for us to learn from what not to do.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it is a big deal. It really, truly is a big deal. This calendar is foundational to the faith. It should be on the forefront of everyone's minds, because if you don't have the correct Sabbath, you don't have the feasts, and you can potentially be calling a holy day. You could be saying, oh, today is the Sabbath, but it's actually an abominable day to Yahuah, and Miranda proves this. How many Sabbaths did we get on and did we keep on an abominable day? And how does he feel about that? So, that hurt me, when I thought, oh my goodness, I could be guilty, I did this. So, we just have to continue to seek and find him. And the answers are all out here. We have so many confirming witnesses on this calendar, and they just keep coming in week by week. I mean, look at what Lee just brought forth. Look at what Marissa just found. And Marissa, are you ready to show Libby? Because I know it's getting late there, probably in the UK. Libby, are you still there? And Ken?
Yeah, it seems they're still here. And yeah, Marissa, I see her, or I saw her. Yeah, no, she's
I
there.
know she was. I
You
know she
can't
was.
get rid of me.
We're still here, and I think that what Marissa has done is absolutely amazing. I think she's wonderful.
Ken, were you there when Jeremy went and found and read that today?
No, I joined a bit later. I joined about 7:30 tonight. So
Can you hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Sorry.
Uh,
Well, yeah, Marissa, if you're there, if you want to go over what you found again. Because, yeah, I did go over it a little bit earlier, but
Depends.
yeah, I'm sure a lot of people would like to
That was my plan.
listen as well. And then, real quick, just to add to what everybody was just talking about, in my studies, I found Yohanan the Immerser was a leader of the Qumran community, and I agree absolutely. He was of the Zadok line, yeah, and he transferred the priesthood to Messiah when he immersed him there. He was giving him that authority then to take that to the heavenly Melchizedek priesthood. I agree with all of that. And also have you heard of that lost chapter, Acts 29? It speaks of Paul traveling to Britain and Ireland as well, and Spain. We talked about that a little bit last week. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that in as backup. And yeah, Marissa, if you want to play a song and then give what you found last night, just a quick overview of what you found last night, that'd be awesome.
Very good, this stuff. Brilliant. Don't take it off. Watch you don't lose it.
Are you there, Marissa? I heard you for a second.
Don't lose it. Watch you don't lose it, Jim. It's good.
Her mic is unmuted, but I can't hear her, so I don't know if she's trying to talk.
Yeah, that's what I was just. Oh, maybe she.
All right,
fell
how
out
about
of
now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, were you talking to me? And then you didn't answer me. I'm like, what happened?
Perfect.
What did you say?
I said, yeah, go ahead if you want to play your song, and then if you want to go over those sources that you found last night.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll play the song first just because I have the ukulele in front of me. And then we'll roll into that and keep the discussion going. So. All right. If I put the phone there, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I just learned this song. I didn't write it or anything, but I really like it, so changed a couple words too. I come, I return to Yahuah, the one who's broken, the one who's torn me out. You say you do it all in love, that I might know you in your soft stirring. Though you slay me, yet I will praise you. Though you take from me, I will bless your name. Though you ruin me, still I will worship. Sing a song to the one who's all that I need. My heart and flesh may fail, the earth below give way. With my eyes, I see the Most High, lifted high on that day. Behold the Lamb that was slain, and I'll know every tear was worth it all. Though you slay me, yet I will praise you. Though you take from me, I will bless your name. Though you ruin me, still I will worship. Sing a song to the one who's all that I need. Though tonight I'm crying out, let this cup pass from me now. You're still more than I need. You're enough for me. You're enough for me. Though you slay me, yet I will praise you. Though you take from me, I will bless your name. Though you ruin me, still I will worship. Sing a song to the one who's all that I need. Sing a song to the one who's all that I need. Sing a song to the one who's all that I need.
Praise Yah. Beautiful.
Awesome.
Hallelujah.
Oh, praise Yah. Thank you so much, sister.
Oh, I'm so glad you guys liked it. Woo!
Loved it.
Yes. We could see Ken dancing.
I can't wait for Sukkot. Woo-hoo.
Oh, Miranda's gonna have to sing that song with me. I changed a couple of the words for us, but I just loved it. Yeah.
Awesome.
All right. So let's see. Okay. So a big question that has been asked was, how come some people see the straight line the day before, like on the 19th or on the 20th? So I don't know how many people here have tried to track the straight line shadow, but I tried this year and it was my first time, and it's actually a lot more difficult than it may seem. So you need the correct board to put your gnomon on, and so it has to be flat and it should be white, because if you're using plywood like I did, that's textured and doesn't work out very well. Second, the gnomon that you decide to use, the top of it matters. If it's rounded, it's going to be difficult to tell where that shadow ends. And thus your dots that you make may not be correct. because the shadows get casted further when the sun is directly overhead. So it would be best to have a gnomon that has a point. So like think like a nail, but you nail it from the bottom up so that it's not like the round head at the top. And so I think that some of our brethren may have seen the equinox on the 19th because of discrepancies as such that I just described. So I went and I looked into this a little bit more, and so the equinox is a specific moment in time that happens. So it is a moment where the sun crosses the celestial equator. And so that moment in time is defined with Coordinated Universal Time, or UTC, and is the same instant worldwide. So no matter where you are, the UTC time is when it happens. However, that time will be different for everybody else depending on your time zone. So, sorry, I'm just calculating here, gathering my thoughts. So depending on where you live, it might be on the 19th or the 20th, the actual time that it happens at. So if your solar noon doesn't occur during daylight hours, due to your longitude or your time zone, you won't see the effect clearly. So, like, for example, if the equinox happens on March 19th, but it's 10 p.m., you're not going to see that straight line shadow until March 20th. And I'm talking just your time zone. Okay, so I have a few examples here. Let's see. Let me go down here. Let me find okay. So in 2028, the equinox, like right when the sun hits the celestial equator, right when it hits that line, it's going to happen in Missouri on March 19th at 9:17 p.m. However, you will not see the straight line until March 20th, because that's when solar noon happens next. So the equinox is a 1.24 day event. So it may start at night on the 19th, but it's going all the way through the 20th for that 1.24 days. So that's when you're going to see it. You're not going to witness it on the 19th. And so I went through and added up 3 different locations. We have Scranton, Pennsylvania, Springfield, Missouri, and Phoenix, Arizona. They're all different time zones. But on 2026, the observation day is March 20th. It's also March 20th on the 2027. 2028 is when you'll see that, quote, leap year that's in the Gregorian calendar, but you will not see the shadow till the next day, that straight line shadow. So, and then 2029, you see it on the 20th, and 2030, you'll see it on the 20th. So just to summarize, for all 3 locations, the solar noon, straight line shadow alignment that travels in the perfect east to west line will occur on March 20th each year from 2025 to 2030, even in 28 when the equinox happens late at night on March 19th. So this year when I was messing up my board and everything, I felt like our sister Erin Ryan, that she has had a lot more experience with this in observing the equinox, and she's able, because of her location in Utah, she's like in the middle of like a basin, I think that's what you would call it, but she's in the middle of the desert essentially, and she's able to get that full shadow from the very early morning hours to the very late evening hours. And so she can really compare all of her dots in a line, where for most of us, and I'll just speak for myself though, there are trees all around my yard. And so I picked the best spot in my yard to be able to see it, but I still was not able to get a beginning dot until 8:30 in the morning, when we know that that sun is coming up at least an hour and a half before to 2 hours before. So there's all that time that I missed, and then in the evening it'll be the same way. And so I think that this is something that we all need to continue working diligently at every year when the vernal equinox comes around, to definitely track it, so that, you know, if we were on a deserted island, we would know when the first day of the month is on day 4 of creation week.
Boom.
Thank you, Marissa. Did you say earlier that the event was a 1.24 day event, the straight line,
Yeah.
when you...
Yes.
Incredible. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think that's what a lot of people don't realize is the event itself is that long. So that's why some, think they caught it on the 19th, but they were just catching the tail end. And it was done improperly, basically. And then Marissa also found more, what are they, sources, which we did go over earlier.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, Jeremy, if you want to go over that, you're totally welcome to, if you didn't like give all those quotes and everything. But yeah, we definitely have sources from other scholars who have translated the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they see that translation after the Sabbath, a day is added. So after the 52nd Sabbath, that's how they kept the weeks intact, from the first week to the 52nd week, and then they add the day, and then it keeps creation week cycle intact right after that. And yeah, pretty incredible that that was left to us by the remnant of the Zadok priests and the Dead Sea Scrolls. And we should recognize that they're Yah's ordained authority, and so what they say matters.
Praise Yah.
Yeah. Yeah. Ezekiel 44.
You
And yeah,
really work, Marissa. Thank you very much. It's mind-blowing when you put it out so eloquently and simply for us to understand.
Hallelujah. Praise Yah.
yeah, truly. And yeah, I did cover those earlier. I shared on screen exactly what you had wrote up and had found. And it was 5 scholars, 5 separate occasions that all witness to after that last Sabbath of the year, the day is added. And that's found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, just like we had found. And truly the amazing thing, which how we know it's the Ruach, and I kind of said it earlier, but we found this method long before we discovered any of the rest of this evidence that we had found. And we hadn't even looked at 4Q394. And then when we found that, we were like, whoa, there it is. There's, after the last Sabbath, this day is added right in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And then just last night, we find, 5 scholarly witnesses about the same thing. And it's like, boom, like dynamite right there. And because we get so much grief and guff from all the other, Zadok people, because we want to add this day after the Sabbath, and we can prove that it's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Right there in Genesis 1, verses 1 and 2. That darkness before the light came to be, that light coming to be is what started the counting of the days. So anything before that, that's going to be this void day. And you know, it's right there in the Dead Sea Scrolls. We found it. We have witnesses to it, scholarly witnesses. And the whole problem is all these others, they want to add a whole 0 week, but give us a bunch of grief about adding a 0 day. And then we ask for any evidence, you know, where is the 7 days anywhere? And there's nothing. But we can show all this evidence of this day after the Sabbath is added, and we catch a bunch of grief. And it just goes to show it's all Ruach led, honestly. And it's for those who have eyes to see and those who are truly seeking the truth. Because trust me, you know, at first I was on the Saturday Sabbath. I was like, there's no way it can change. I was on the same page as everybody else. But then when you start looking into it, you start seeing the evidence and the historical evidence, all these things. And it's like, well, you can't deny that. So, you know, therefore we have to change, you know, our own thinking to fit Yahuah's thinking and what he's trying to show us, you know.
Yep.
It's the same
Can't
with
lean
me.
on our own understanding.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same with me, Jeremy. I've been plotting days on my little calendar here for several years, and it was the intercalation problem that I always struggled with, because I couldn't quite I didn't find anywhere about intercalation for the year beginning, and this day 0 just is such a revelation that it keeps everything in order and everything perfect and everything correct. That I really, really want everyone else to sort of understand that day 0 is such an important time that, you know, the day after the last Sabbath of the year is very much included in this calendar.
Yeah.
Do you want to play my video from TikTok that shows the visuals, since I can't do it on the live because it gets blurry?
Yeah. Once here I have it. I can share it in the group as well.
Yeah,
But yeah.
thank you, Marissa. Thank you for that find.
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's just great that Yahuah, like right before Shabbat, sometimes he just springs something out, you know, when we just had a whole week of literal war or, you know, discussions and making connections and having meetings and going to different meetings and putting this truth out there where it belongs. He gives us more. And I love when he does it because it's such confirmation. But the visual is really, really, really helpful to see the 2 cycles. And we have proof of the 2 cycles working together, merging together. So Jubilees talks about the weekly count. And Enoch talks about the counting of months. And that's where we have our feasts. So in the 1 cycle, we're marking the 7s. The monthly, we're marking, you know, the 30 days in each month. And how those 2 merge together to make up the year is wonderful. So let me just read here that the 2 cycles.
Before you go on, Katrina, can I just say that Jubilees doesn't count the weeks? You got the weeks in Enoch. I think you got them round the wrong way.
Oh.
Jubilee starts the months and Enoch starts the weeks.
No, because Jubilees is showing that divider day marking the counting of weeks.
No,
Yeah,
the months.
correct. It's Jubilees is showing us the weeks, and Enoch is showing us the months.
Right.
Oh,
because he's showing the solar cycle.
Yeah.
Oh, I stand
So
corrected.
Jubilees 4:17, and he was the first among men that are born on earth who learnt writing and knowledge and wisdom, who wrote down the signs of heaven according to the order of the months in a book. It does say, okay, there is an order of months, right? It's just that Jubilees is showing us and giving us the instructions for the weekly count. I mean, it does say here, it's connecting the dots, right? The signs, he's seen the signs of heaven according to their order of their months in a book, that men might know the seasons of years according to the order of their separate months. And he wrote down the signs of heaven according to the order of their months in the book, that men might know the time of year according to their separate months. He repeats it. And so, and 4:19 says, he was the first to write a testimony, and he testified to the children of men concerning the generations of earth, and explained the weeks of Jubilees, and made known to them the days of the years, arranged the months, and explained the Sabbaths of years, as we made known to him. And in Jubilee 6:31, it says, but if they do transgress and do not observe them according to his commandment, then will be corrupted all their fixed dates, and years will waver in consequence, and also their times and their years, and they will transgress the ordinances. And in Jubilees 12:17, and in the 6th week, in the 5th year thereof, Abraham arose and sat all night at the Chachodesh new month of the 7th month, so that he might observe the stars from evening to morning. Oh, so that actually went with the other stuff that I had. But in Jubilees 50, in 25:14, and do Jubilees 25:14, and may your sons increase in your life and stand to the number of months in the year, and may your sons increase and grow more than the stars of the heavens, and more than the sand of the sea increase their numbers. And then Jubilees 50 goes on 1-4. And after this law, I made known to you the days of Sabbaths in the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elam and Sinai. And I told you of the Sabbaths of the land on Mount Sinai. And I told you of the Yobel years, the Sabbaths of years. So that's the weekly count right there, the Sabbaths of years. But the year thereof I have not told you, until you enter the land which you are to possess. And the land also shall keep its Sabbaths while they dwell upon it. And they shall know the Yobel year. Therefore I have ordained for you the yearly Sabbaths. And the years and the Yobelim, there are 49 Yobelim, from the days of Adam until this day, and 1 week and 2 years, and there shall be 40 years to come for learning the commands of Yahuah until they pass over the land of Canaan.
So if that's referring to the Jubilee calendar, which is the weeks of years, because each day in a Jubilee calendar is one calendar year, how in the world is that talking about the first wheel in the Enoch, or the first wheel calendar being just weeks?
So, as she just read in Jubilees, the beginning of the year starts from creation. That's day 1, week of creation. It goes
Well,
all the way around. The 52 weeks of 7 days is what Jubilees is describing, because we see Jubilees as speaking of the solar cycle like Enoch is. So Enoch is describing the cycle of the sun, moon, and stars. That's what's tracking our months. That's a different cycle than the weekly. So
but what
these
no
are
week cycle
two cycles that are the same. There are 2 cycles that are the same length. They work together. The weekly cycle is holding our 7th-day Sabbath. The monthly cycle is holding the festival days. And they work simultaneously in correlation with each other to bring us the entire calendar. That's how they fit together, and it's the 2 witnesses.
Well, he gave us 3 witnesses, but praise Abba.
So I do have Katrina's video up here, and she pre-recorded it. So because it keeps going blurry on here, so we have it recorded. Let me go ahead and screen share again. 1 second.
I did it really quick during this meeting, so I might have to redo it because like I said, I did it really quick.
Yeah, no worries. And Shabbat Shalom, Ellie. Glad you can make it. All right. Actually, hold on 1 sec. I need to share the sound here. Yeah, no problem. Got to share the sound here. All right.
Vernal equinox to vernal equinox, we have
I'm so glad that you guys are here and that I could get on today.
Sorry about that. My computer froze up for a second. Let me try this again.
from vernal equinox to vernal equinox, we have 365 days. Well, 365.2 days in a solar year. However, Yah explicitly says throughout Scripture that his year is 364 days. 364 days is divisible by 7. 365 days is not. Yah's year fits inside of the solar year, with the solar year just separating day 1 from day 364. Just like how Yahuah separates the seasons. This day is equal day and night in the land of Israel, where we are kicked out from because of our disobedience. But this day is of much importance because it holds the creation week. The menorah displays this creation week so beautifully. This happens every March 16th. Then comes day 1, which is on March 17th, March 18th, March 19th, March 20th, day 4, straight line shadow. And we have our Sabbath on the 23rd, which would be, the Sabbath of the year. So when this event, straight line shadow, happens on day 4 of the week, that is day 4 of Yah's week. So if it comes in, last year it came in on a Wednesday, we would have a Saturday Sabbath. This year, the equinox straight line shadow event happened on a Thursday. So this year, every week, every 7 days, the Sabbath will be on a Sunday. So next year, the straight line shadow event would happen on a Friday, will happen on a Friday, making Monday our Shabbat for the year. This Tekufa day needs to remain intact. We can't have this happen and then move it to fit a Saturday Sabbath. That would be an error, and that's what most of the Zadok calendars do. This day is so important because if we had a temple or the tabernacle, the sun would shine through the pillars and light up the temple on the equinox day. So now, in dispersion, where we are, we could still find this day from where we are. This is per location, equal day, equal night. We could see this sign no matter where we are. And it's important because it's the first day of the year. And so this creation week cycle goes on and on and on, 7 days, 7 days, 7 days, until we get to here. This would be the 7th day of that cycle. It's also the last Sabbath, the 52nd Sabbath of the year. It's also day 28 of the month. And we bring this down into our counting of months. So it would be continue, skip this day, this is the void day, 29, 30, 31, and boom, we're back to the first day of the counting of months. Straight line shadow happens, you begin on day 1, 2, 3, 4. So why is this so critically important? Well, because Passover needs to be on the 3rd day of the week. Not a Tuesday, but on his 3rd day of the week. So that's why we keep creation week cycle and we merge it into the month's cycle, and we are able to see how the Sabbath day is on the 3rd day of the week. Messiah ate the Passover. He died on the 15th, fulfilling the sacrifice of, or the not-so-sacrifice of Abraham with Isaac. He is the ram that replaced Isaac. And so he died here 3 days and 3 nights. Boom, we got our Sabbath. So it's important to understand these 2 cycles of time and how they merge together to make one beautiful picture. Because we can't track time unless we have our sun, moon, and stars. We have to have those because Yahuah said the sun is what sets and marks our calendar. So when this day happens, it is our sign for the year, which is why this is so beautiful when you really think about it, because the fourth day, that straight line shadow happens, and it's also the straight line branch of the menorah. So cool. And then all the other bowls here are all curved. And that's what you would experience when marking it with sticks and rocks, right? So that's why this is so amazing, and I hope that explanation helped out a little bit. It's really better to see the visual, because we want to think on, the calendar in which we have, but Yah's ways are higher than our ways. This is how he structures and holds his Sabbath day. Shalom. From vernal equinox to vernal equinox, we have...
All right. So really quick, I wanted to go over what I just shared in chat as well. Hold on 1 second. Let me... So... Just
Can I get a copy of that, Jeremy?
Yeah. This is here. Let me get a
Send
page.
it to Libby, and then I'll get it then.
Yeah.
I don't have to do that.
It's going to be the same article that Libby had shared, but I have a lot more added information in there.
I'll join the group as soon as I get a chance with Libby.
Yeah.
I'll get Libby to invite me.
We'd be glad to have you.
I'm a bit of a pain.
Oh, you're not even. Oh, you're not even in the group. Oh,
no,
here
yeah.
I can. You're on Libby's account, right?
Yeah, I'm speaking with Libby.
Here, why does it have a YouTube channel here?
What's this on YouTube, or is it on?
No, it's not YouTube, but
Telegram?
for some reason
I'm on Telegram.
Yeah,
I'm on Telegram.
Okay. No, for some reason it was like a YouTube link at the top, but that was strange. Anyways, here.
Don't worry. I'll go on to Libby's feed for it and invite me, and then I'll get on that way.
Okay, yeah, no worries. I shared the link there.
If I have any problems, I'll get back to you.
You want to go?
Right, I'll go off so others can talk. But yeah, that's what we'll do.
Awesome.
Yeah. I shared the YouTube of that video too in the chat.
Okay, cool.
All right, so you can find it on YouTube. What's it under on YouTube?
I have it posted. I have it posted in the chat. I could send it to you. Just private message.
Send it to Libby.
Okay.
Send it to Libby. Then I'll get it then.
Sent.
Thank you. Thank you, Katrina. That's lovely.
I also have another video too where I explain it again.
Don't push Katrina.
Yeah.
You're making headway here.
There's two of them.
Send the two of them. Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
We'd like them both, please.
Yeah, Libby's a sucker for punishments. Yeah, that'd be great, Katrina. Brilliant. Yeah. I'll turn my speaker off in case anyone wants to have a chat. Yeah, here's Libby.
If we can have them before tomorrow, it'd be great, because tomorrow this
Facing the Babylon.
Yeah.
I sent them both to you on both your Facebook
YouTube.
Messenger. Yep, I sent both. Yep.
Facebook and YouTube. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Thanks, Jeremy. Thank you, Katrina.
Absolutely.
Katrina?
Yeah.
Could you send it to me too?
Sure, absolutely. I'll send it. I posted it right there in the chat. I'll post both of them in the chat here. And then who was that? Ray or Dwayne?
Ray.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure. Isn't it a little bit so much easier to visualize the two cycles?
Yeah, I'm a visual person. I got to see it laid out, and that's the problem. that's a problem here with a lot of this going through things just by verbally. I don't pick up a whole lot. I got to see it. I got to see it laid out. Yeah, thank you.
That's how I am too. Visual and reading.
Right.
Is Libby still?
If sorry, if Libby's still there with her friend, are they celebrating new wine tomorrow? Fruits that
Yes,
first fruits.
we are. We are indeed.
Lovely.
Yes, we are.
Miss Libby?
Yes, we're there for tomorrow.
What time?
On the green or the blue?
Green, speaking of you. Let's have a
Yeah.
look.
Hi there. Yes, we'll be there for tomorrow for new wine.
Yeah, it's on. The speaker's on.
Libby,
Yes.
on your Atzel in
Yes.
one, I need you to. It says it again in Ezekiel 27:19.
Ezekiel.
I'm not quite sure what you said there.
Lee, you're cutting out.
Okay, hang on a minute.
It's like being back at school.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, what you're talking about in 1 Samuel 20, where it talks about the Ezel stone.
Yes.
In Ezekiel 27:19, it represents it again. If you're reading out of a King James Bible or English, that word is fro, but that's talking about the Ezel stone too. So there's another scripture to your stone in 1 Samuel.
I think that
20.
I've got that.
Also,
yeah, I think it's in my the article actually. I've got that written in, I think.
Okay, I just wanted to bring that to your attention in case you didn't.
Yeah, that's very good of you. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Awesome. Thank you.
It's definitely Ezekiel 27:19.
Was it 27:19?
Yes, ma'am.
Lovely. Thank you very much for that.
Well, that's Dan also and Yavan going to throw occupied in your fears. Rice and Cassia, Helmut were in the market.
Yeah, the word fro there in English is the Asel. It's the same Hebrew word.
Nice, wow.
The word fro
Yes.
the word azel.
Yes, and it's giving you what the stone's made of.
Yeah. That's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's very helpful. I might put that in the article if find a space on the article. Yeah.
Wow.
Good.
Thank you very much.
That's marvelous. Yeah. That's another little contribution. Wonderful. Thank you for that.
Praise you.
Praise you. True.
More examples of why we need each other. Absolutely.
Oh, this is absolutely amazing, beautiful, and just totally awesome.
Yeah.
I feel sure. I feel sure that this actually is the key of David. I really do.
Wow. Interesting.
I think
the calendar is the key of David.
I think the calendar is the key of David. Definitely. And
that would make sense.
Yeah. And I think that scripture in 1 Samuel chapter 1, which is talking about Eli and Elkanah, Hannah and Peninnah. And it's rather remarkable that you've got the similarities of the same thing happening in 1 Samuel 20, where it speaks of in 1 Samuel chapter 1. It speaks of Eli the priest. He sat upon a seat. It's Strong's number 3678 by a post 4201 of the tabernacle. That's Strong's 1964 of Yahuah. Jeremiah 7:12-14. The seat is a throne or canopy. The post is 4201, and it says when you look it up, it says mezuzah. MZUWZAH, a doorpost, similar to the pillars of Solomon's temple, which came at a later time in history. Boaz and Yakin, the earlier was a stone, Izel, having two meanings, the stone of the sign, and secondary meaning the going stone, the going forth of the year. 2 Samuel chapter 20, Saul in verse 20-25, the king sat upon his seat, 4186. The place, the king sat upon his seat, as at other times by the wall. And I thought this was rather good. The left-hand corner at the upper end of a room was and still is in the east, the most honourable place. The person seated there has his left arm confined by the wall, but his right arm is at full liberty. And here's the bit, I've just found it now, where our friend is talking about, it's talking about the stone. It's number 60. Go back a bit. Right. I am believing that prior to these two pillars, a type of monument, as in a standing stone, for example, Izel, 1 Samuel 20, verse 19, and when thou hast stayed 3 days, then thou shalt go down quickly and come to the place where thou didst hide, 5641, thyself, when the business, 4639, the shadow was in hand, and shalt remain, 3427, as judge. I thought that was good, as judge, when observing the sighting of the shadow, by 681, the stone, 68, Izel, 237, and then it's spelt EH''ZEL from AZAL, brackets 235, departure of the year, a memorial stone, Ezel, EZEL. Ezel is also AZAL, and then a space, AW, space, line, and then ZEL from Azal, AZAL, which is 235, to go away, to disappear, fail, as in the departing of the old year and beginning, shadow of the new year, day 1 of month 1. David had been hiding in this field in a cave in the field, but had gone to the place, brackets covenant, at the day of the spring equinox, stand by the stone to witness the shadow, which is called in other Bibles the business, 4639, when the deed, from 6213, which means, the deed means from 6213, to hold a feast, was in hand. So while he was at the stone, the feast, which is spring equinox with the banquet, was in hand, and shall remain by the Beth, BEYTH, space, HA, space, ETSEL, the stone, Izel, his way of where to observe the sign, stone of the Jubilees, 2 verse 9 sign. But I also ponder if the stone of destiny, the Jacob's pillar stone, was also possibly there too. And upon this stone of destiny, Jacob's pillar stone, upon which all the kings of Israel throughout the Bible were anciently crowned and anointed upon this very stone. I think that, I can't remember who was it who said it, unless it was Ken, but I thought that was a very valid point, that could well be the Jacob's pillar stone is actually portraying the heel stone at the back of the big pillar stone. You know, the big standing stone, the Jacob's pillar stone may well have been the actual heel stone upon which the shadow falls on equinox day.
But
Funny that.
Yeah, I agree with that. But what you said a bit earlier, Libby, was a little bit more enlightening. You were talking about someone sitting in the corner, where the sun doesn't shine shines on his left, but doesn't shine on his right.
Yeah. I'll read it again. The king sat upon his seat, as at other times, by the wall. The left-hand corner at the upper end of a room was and still is, in the east, the most honourable place. The person seated there has his left arm.
Libby, can I stop you there?
Yeah.
just to, because that's the moment where I think cornerstone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who's the cornerstone?
Yeah, we've
Who's
got
the
that as well.
Yes.
cornerstone?
Now, if you
And
look at
and
the
and
one about,
And
and
yeah, and
and
could
he
that's
that
the
ate
one,
with
could
his
that
disciples in the upper room. You
yeah,
said
yeah
the upper
Yeah.
room
could
is
that
cornerstone.
cornerstone also, could that cornerstone be the stone of Jacob rather than the backstop stone? Could that cornerstone, that
Yeah.
very cornerstone, be the place where the kings and queens are sat upon? It's not a
Yeah.
I think,
backstop stone; it's a
I think,
cornerstone, isn't it?
I think that's absolutely right. And if you notice, if you look into the First Samuel chapter 1, that is Eli is sitting in a seat. And when you look at it, research into that a bit more, it's a cornerstone. I thought that was amazing.
Absolutely,
But
it's absolutely amazing because it's the cornerstone of everything, isn't it? It's the cornerstone of
yeah,
our calendar. It's the cornerstone of our creation, and that
He
cornerstone was
is the chief
removed
cornerstone.
and taken away, and somehow all our sort of messianic kings and queens have been sat on it
yeah,
to yield their kingship over us.
yes.
The stone
And
that the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone.
that's it. And also, that's why I believe that the Great Pyramid of Giza, which is Isaiah, now is it 19 verse 19? I always get that mixed up with the Damascus one of 17 verse 1, Isaiah. But I think it's 19 verse 19. It speaks about the Yahuah in Mitzrayim, Egypt, has placed an altar at the border. And that, again, that Great Pyramid of Giza was never intended for anybody to be buried in it. It's the Zadok calendar in stone. It's the exact calendar in stone. And I find that just amazing because the capstone, which is like the cornerstone, that never fitted because he is the cornerstone the builders rejected. Yeah, I think it's Isaiah 19, verse 19.
In that day shall there be an
And
offering.
that capstone is just a stone that sits in the centre of an arch. It's nothing to do with the corner, is it?
Wow, yeah.
And
Yeah,
just thinking about the usurped authority that the Vatican did, they've got the gnomon sitting right in their courtyard deal, but the shape of the place there is a key. And
yeah,
when you said it's the key of David, and then you've got the obelisk right there casting the shadow right towards the key, it's like in your face.
yeah.
Wow.
I'm certain, I'm absolutely certain that this key of David is the calendar. I really do. I think that's absolutely bang on. The key of David is the calendar, the Zadok calendar. And we are all of us so very, very grateful to our Father Yahuah for revealing this to us because, I mean, who are we literally? Well, I'm speaking to myself, nothing. But
Nothing.
literally, he's shown us so much, which literally, we're all diggers and we're all digging into these things. And he's thick and furiously revealing things all the time. I mean, I just stand in awe of what he's doing all the time. It's just mind blowing, and I've got one of the pages in the article that I'm going to send to you, and it shows the Hebrew letter Kuf is represented by the sun at point of rising on horizon. It is shown as, and then you see a round circle with a line through the middle, right through left to right, and that's the Kuf. Psalm 119, it is the eye of the needle or back of head. And I was thinking to myself, when I read that bit about back of head, and I was thinking, it talks about in Revelation that Yahushua will ride back to this earth seated upon a white horse with his name written upon his thigh. And when I realised, I thought, well, surely he hasn't got a tattoo on his side. And I realised, no, of course he hasn't got a tattoo on his side. But what he has got is when he's sitting astride the horse, and your legs are astride the horse, and you've got your prayer shawl on, and you've got your seats, which are hanging on the left and the right corners, and they hang on the thighs. So his name, Yahuah and Yahusha, are written on his thigh. And as he's riding back to earth on a white horse, and we will ride behind him, hopefully, praise Yah, it's, we will see the back of his head. The world will see his eyes as flaming fire, but we will see the back of his head, and that's the kuf. I thought that was amazing. Yeah? And the kuf symbolizes righteousness, Zadakim. And it also represents the 12 hours of darkness and the 12 hours of light. And the Genesis 1 verse 4 of the equinox. Huh. Yeah.
Wow. Amazing. Praise God.